my microphone okay? Me trying to hear myself. Not sure what's going on with my audio. Alright, test 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? Quality might sound the same, honestly. I don't know. Haven't really tested out this mic too much. Let's see. Gotta set up a filter real quick. 1 second. Noise suppression. Alright, test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Sounds good, sounds good. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe the keyboard sounds might kind of be dead because my microphone isn't going to be able to pick that up. But it's the best I can do right now. My Cloudlifter is coming in today, so. But yeah, yo, what's going on, Devil Services? How are you, man? Your streams, you've been missed. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been gone for about 10 days, man. I missed you all. Before we get started, Momo, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. It really means a lot to me. Let's see. Oscar Michaels. I guess these were chats from previously before we got started. And Rio, welcome, man. How are you? Welcome back to the stream. Thank you, man. You can only hear the left channel. Is it better now? Weird. I can hear both left and right. How about now? Is my microphone better? Should be. I can hear both left and right on my end. Interesting. I can hear both. So that's weird. Can only hear left? Interesting. What about now? That sounds kind of trash. Hello? Hello? T Sani, how are you? And Neil, how are you? Welcome back. I can hear both. I can hear both on left and right. I can hear it just fine. I can hear it just fine. Works fine for me. I'm also deaf in my right ear. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Let me just post a quick notification real quick. Just so everyone knows that I'm live. We're gonna get started in a couple of minutes. Just waiting. Just making sure my mic is okay. There we go. Oh, works only in my right earphone? I can hear you properly. Great, how are you? Only left? That is interesting. Let me double check my settings real quick. Test, test, test. It's good now. Don't think this really affects it much, honestly. Test 1, 2, 3. What about now? Yeah, I don't think that made really much of a difference. Well, I can hear myself fine. I don't know. It's really weird. I can hear fine. Okay, what about now? Well, yeah, don't worry. I ordered an XLR mic, and the Shure mic is the one that I got. And I think by default, Shure microphones have really low input. And so I ordered a Cloudlifter, and it should be coming in about a couple hours, I think. I ordered it like couple of minutes ago, or not a couple minutes ago, like a couple hours ago before I went out. But I think maybe that's why, because Shure microphones have really low input by default, from what I've read, and that's why they recommend getting like a Cloudlifter. So I have the Cloudlifter over here, but my brain wasn't working this morning when I ordered it, because I ordered the Cloudlifter, but I didn't realize that I needed a second XLR cable, and I only have one. So that's why I had to order it separately. So I'm waiting for that to come in. But I think it should be fine now. I can hear both, but the left channel is much louder on the right channel. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, weird. I'm looking at my settings for my audio. Don't test. Yeah, I think like the microphone by default just like does not pick up like audio. Like I think the microphone has to be really close to my mouth for it to actually, you know, get good quality, I guess. Let me see something real quick. That is definitely very annoying that it is inconsistent for a lot of people. I just left from Dream's live stream. Oh, I didn't know he was streaming. All right. Let's see. Damn, it's been about 9:15, 9:17. I haven't really touched this project for quite some time, so we're gonna have to kind of like remind ourselves of what we just did. Test, 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 test. He did a face reveal. Interesting. I heard about that, yeah. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so it's been about like, I was gone since the 22nd. 21st was when I think I last streamed. So that was almost a week and a half ago. Let's move this over here. So I gotta kind of like remember where we left off at. Alright, let's move this over here. Let's see. Okay. I got that project running right now, so that's good. Now let me go ahead and just... Alright, let's see. So I think the last thing that we did, if I remember correctly, was we made it so that you can actually edit the group and you can change the avatar and change the name of it. And then I think that's what we did on Wednesday. We spent a lot of time doing that, unfortunately, because that did take quite a decent amount of our time. Prevent user from reeling page of data group details, okay. We did also do some touch-ups. So let me just look at my Asana board real quick and see where I want to steer the direction of this application for this week. Because we still have 1 week left, I would say, before I want to move on to some new stuff. So we'll kind of just like look at our board and just kind of like see what we can work on. I guess responsiveness is definitely something that we want to worry about this week. Let's see. Editing message, remove the profile picture in the chat. Let's see. Can also probably focus on writing a lot of test cases for this week because we're pretty much at a point where our project is pretty stable, and majority of the changes that we'll make are going to be, little, bug fixes, little small little features. In terms of large features, probably the next large feature that I'd probably want to add is emoji support, but that's not going to come for a very long time. So let's see. Display group on the tide on top of the participant sidebar. Add a way to block friend requests. Add auto login when registering an account. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things that we have to do. It's just hard for me to kind of like rank so many things or rank which one I want to do first. But we could just take it step by step. I'm not really in a rush, to be honest. I'll be streaming for quite some time. Yo, Odell. Yeah, I don't know, Odell. I don't know if you're here. I don't know if you're in the chat right now, but thank you so much for the coffee, the donation. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the $10 coffee. That really means a lot to me. But if you're here in this chat, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it, man. Unfortunately, I do not get alerts on coffee from Streamlabs. I'm not sure if there's like integration with coffee and Streamlabs. Let me check real quick. I think there should be. I'm not too sure. But yeah, if you're here, thank you, man. I really appreciate that so much. Yeah, I don't think there's any integration with Streamlabs. If there is, I'll have to look into that. If anyone here knows about that. But yeah, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Was that you, Oscar? Because it was under a different name. But everyone uses different names all the time, so I'm not sure. But yeah, but I do remember you donated several times though. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so just be some current position. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this because we are not gonna worry about emojis for a very long time. Let's see. Look into deleting the first message when sent with creating conversation. I'm gonna delete that. Editing message removes the profile picture in the chat. Yeah, so yeah, I guess we'll just do all of this stuff for this week. Don't think really have any big features. Emojis though, that's something that I really am going to work on at some point. So am I the only one who has sound only in the left earphone? Yeah, a lot of people are having issues with that. I don't know, man. Like, it's really strange. I don't know if it's an issue with Streamlabs, but on my audio, I can hear it just fine. You know what I think it is? Because, you know what's funny is I actually had that problem. My headset has 7.1 surround sound. When I have it disabled, I can only hear in the left earphone. When I enable 7.1, I can hear both. I think it has something to do with the channels. Let me Google that real quick. .1 surround sound. Yeah, because my headphones, if I disable 7.1 surround sound, I can only hear audio on the left. If I enable 7.1 surround sound, I can hear audio on both. Not sure why that's why that's a problem though. Let me see. Let me Google something real quick. Sure, SM7B. How to fix audio only playing in left ear. Scarlett Mixer seems to only send left channel audio when running stereo. The fast and easy fix is to down sample your mic's audio track to mono in slobs. Is the audio input monitor in OBS showing a signal on both left and right channels? Oh, that's interesting. I never really noticed that. Yeah, let me fix that real quick. I'm not sure. I've never really used an XLR mic before. So there's a down mix to mono. Route the audio to the central channel instead of left or right stereo. All right, let me see. Does it work now? Is it better now? Let me know if it works. Can you hear me better? Test 1 2 3. I think it works now, right? I can hear myself without 7.1 in both audio. Is it fixed? Okay, perfect. There we go. See, you learn something new every single day. Learn something new every single day. Yeah, I just did a quick Google search and got the results right over there. That's how powerful these search engines are. Uh, Scarlet mixers. Yeah, I mean, right now, like, I don't have my mic, I don't have my camera plugged in. Otherwise, I'd show you guys. But on my Twitter, I posted. I'll probably post like a photo later. But on my Twitter, I posted I posted a photo of the new microphone that I bought, and I didn't really get a chance to use it because it came the day before that I left on my trip. But I got the Shure SM7B, and I bought a Focusrite interface, which I guess is pretty standard for most people who are getting into XLR mics. So I'll probably have to learn a little bit more about how these things work, and then probably upgrade to a better one in the future. Uh, Welcome back, man. It's been a minute. How you been? I've been good, man. I've been in Washington for the past 10 days, and got a chance to do a lot of stuff. I was able to, do a lot of outdoor activities. I was able to touch grass for the very first time because obviously, as programmers, we barely ever go outside, and all we do is just drink coffee and code all day. So I was able to go outside, get some fresh air, and touch the waters, touch the grass, touch the wood, touch the sand. Went to the beach. Just spent some quality time with my family. Surprisingly, there's more stuff to my life than just programming. I don't want you guys to think that all I do is just code all day, which seems like it because I do spend quite a lot of time just coding all the time. But sometimes you got to take breaks here and there. So it was a good 10-day break away from not having to worry about work at all. But I was able to restore my energy, and we're back. We're back to our daily streams. All right, so let's see. Okay. Yeah, fix message character. Yeah. Let's do this. Yeah, I'll just basically take each card and I'll just, go in order, I guess, or just do whatever I feel like doing first. So, for example, store group conversations by last message sent. We still need to also worry about pagination, which we have not done yet, which we'll have to work on. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. So we'll start by sorting the group in chronological order, or not chronological, in descending order by last updated. So what I'll do is I'll go into my NestJS backend, utils, type RM, entities, group. And so what I'll do is I'll probably add a, let's see. So if you look at the conversation entity, we have this property. There should be one somewhere. Maybe I didn't have it here. Oh yeah, right over here. Update date column last message sent at. I think maybe we should probably sort it based off of last message sent at. So I can probably just copy this, and well, I already have it here already, which is good. So all you have to do is just really go into the API that allows us to get all of the groups. So we'll do that, get groups right over here. And then we go into this function, and then we can basically just sort the groups by updated at, because that's pretty much what we're doing with conversations. So if we look over here, conversations.controller.ts, get conversations, implementations, you can see there's this order by function that's being called. And then it's basically sorting it in descending order based on the last message sent at property, which is a date type. So that's what we'll do for the group controller. So that will allow us to get all the groups in descending order based off of when the last message was sent. Otherwise, you're going to have, groups that are going to be created, but they'll be sorted in, right now by default, it's sorted by the primary key, which is not what we want, right? That's not really a good user experience. So we'll fix that real quick. So let's do this. Order by, and then we'll need to reference group dot last message sent at and descending. Touching grass is a luxury for us now. Yeah, it is, man. It is, but you know, it is very, very soothing when you do that. Group dot last message sent at. Okay. So actually now, if I refresh, we should see probably some changes. You can see now Anson's group number 3 is there. Now, if I were to type something in here, and if I refresh ASDD, that group is going to be on the top now, which is what we want. Okay, so that's going to fix that for the backend, but we also need to make sure that it also updates it on the front end whenever a new message has been sent. Because you can see right over here, if I send a message to this channel in the private conversation over here, you can see that it gets updated. It gets pretty much added all the way to the top. So we'll have to add that feature for group chat as well. Okay, might as well do that because we already have it for private chat already. And plus, it's also a good experience as well. So let's do that real quick. So first, I will go ahead and just write a quick commit message. Sort groups file. Call this date because it's a date type. Commit. Damn, I'm about to go to bed and you start streaming. Hey, what's going on, Breezy Lou? How are you, man? Welcome. Hope you are doing well, my friend. Sync changes. Oh, I never pushed my changes, huh? Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't streamed for the past 10 days. Kind of really missed streaming. You know, whenever I'm in that mindset of just working, I just don't want it to end because, you know, once it ends, I just get complacent and I just don't want to go back to the working schedule again. But, you know, no excuses. We gotta make sure we don't slack at all. It's a brand new month too. It's October, you know, new month. You know, we gotta go strong this month, October, and break new records for this month. Let's see. So, okay, so if I remember correctly, basically whenever we send a message, whenever we receive a message, right? We basically update the store, the Redux store, for the conversation slice, and we're gonna need to do the same thing for the groups, right? So that's what we'll do. So let's do this. Let's go into pages. I think maybe inside the conversation pages where we listened to the events. On message, we added the message, okay? And then we updated the conversation. So I think the only thing that's missing, realistically, is just that part. Let me open that up real quick right over here. So on message, I think the only thing is that we just need to update the group. So this update conversation action, what this does is it pretty much finds the conversation in the store. And what it'll do is it'll just update the conversation, right? And when you update the conversation, they'll have all the new properties such as the last message sent, but and we also add it in the beginning, so that's good. That's what we want to do. You can see that right over here. We removed the original one and then we called state the conversation on shift, and we added the new one that comes from the backend. So yeah, that's pretty much the same thing that we'll do with group chats, or yeah, group chats. So on group message, on group create, we did add group. Okay, that's fine. We did that already. On message delete, we'll probably do the same thing as well, but I think we need to look a little bit more into that. I've been working on my own projects the last weeks. I'm in the wrong time zone. It is what it is. Oh, where are you from? Where are you from? Okay, so I think in the group slice, probably do have an update group reducer function. Yeah, we have update group, and I bet that's probably the same thing, really. Maybe it might be different, but I'm not sure why I would have. I'm not sure why that would be that far different though. Update group, update conversation, inside update group, updated group. Okay. So if the existing group, then we add there. Uh, Interesting. Gotta find out where this is being called. 100%. Germany. Nice, nice. Germany. I've always wanted to visit Germany. Heard it's a really nice place. Okay, so we call update group whenever a new received user. Okay, makes sense, right? Okay, so of course, if the group does exist, which it should, right? Then we just basically add. So if the group already exists, we will just replace it, right? Now, only problem is that this type of update group is based entirely on when a new user was added to. Yeah, I think this is just based on when a new user or a new recipient has been added to the group chat. I think that's what it is. And then yeah, so these events are based off of whenever owner. Okay, yeah, yeah. So basically, I should write comments here just in case I forget what these things are. So let me leave a comment over here. Okay, so it doesn't do anything when it comes to updating it for messages because the main problem is that if we do, yeah, because like if a user leaves a group or if they get added to the group, it should not appear to the top. That doesn't really make any sense. That doesn't happen in most chat applications like Facebook or WhatsApp or Discord. So there's no reason for us to do that. I think that's unnecessary. So we should only do it when it comes to adding a new message. So we could probably create a new reducer, or we can reuse this one. So if I reuse this one, um, I could combine it though. Like I could probably specify the type of update we need to do, but I think it'd be easier just to probably create a different reducer, kind of like separate everything. That's what I'll do. So update group. Let's see. Because normally, if this was, using old Redux, we'd probably just use a switch case, handle everything inside each reducer function. So we could actually specify payload action, modify that payload action, and instead of just passing in the group, we need to pass in the type. So it could either be type could just be based on participant leave, or it could just be based on the new message was added. So I think maybe honestly that'll probably be the better thing to do instead of creating a separate update group reducer and have like two functions that could be combined together in a switch with a switch case. I think that's what I'll do to be honest. So we'll just do that for now, and we'll just have to update the other dispatch calls. So let's do that. So export. Let's see, export type. We'll do update group payload. And for the type, I guess there'll be 3 different types. Let's do. So there'll be when group. Let's see. New message. Not sure if I want to do it this way or do I want to put these in enum. Feels really weird having it like this, so I probably could just use an enum instead, honestly. Update group action type. Might just use an enum. Because I personally don't like using underscores, to be honest with you. Personally don't like using underscores. Oscar, how are you, man? Welcome. Update group action. So let's do on new message. New message. User join. User join. User leave. And we will do group transfer. I'm good. Finally, you stream at a time I can join. Haha. Yeah, I mean, I usually stream around 6. Sometimes I'll stream at 2. Really just depends on you know. I try to do 2 streams though. Okay, so we have update group action. So it'll be either one of these enums. So we'll have 3 cases that will all perform the same logic. The only case that'll be different is really new message. Now, if there is a better way to handle this, definitely let me know in the chat. I'd really appreciate that, of course. But yeah, so payload will just be, or not payload, group. Just be of type group. Narajan, how are you, man? Welcome back to the stream. Good morning, brother. Where are you on a trip? How are you? Yeah, I've been on a trip. I've been away for 10 days. Just got back literally today. I was back about 10 hours ago. I was flying, 3-hour flight. Or not really 3 hours, maybe 2.5. 2 hours and 20 minutes. It was fun. Had a lot of fun. You know, good way to kind of just relax. I was still working remotely, just like I was still working my full-time job remotely, but I just couldn't stream because I did not have like, you know, any streaming equipment with me. Only had a laptop, but I didn't really want to, you know, stream in my relative's house because that's just kind of disrespectful, you know. So I just wanted to spend quality time with my family, and you know, yeah, like had a lot of fun. We did a lot of stuff. Um, you know, actually, speaking of Germany, you know, we actually went to a German themed town. The town is called Leavenworth in Washington, and like right now they're preparing for Oktoberfest. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard about Oktoberfest before, but yeah, right now I went there like maybe I think on Friday, and it was pretty cool. Like you know we had like great German sausages, like you know German hot dogs, really good food. Saw like a lot of the culture. Yeah, you know, lots of Bavarian. Hopefully, I pronounced that correctly. Lots of Bavarian culture. So yeah, you know, it was pretty cool. I'm sure a lot of people who are from you know Germany probably are familiar with that. Or people who are like you know of German descent. Can I send you a message on Discord? Sure, you can. Of course, you can. All right. All right. So instead of payload action of type group, we're gonna change it to of type update group payload. Okay. And so what's going to happen is this. So in order for the group to actually be updated, right, it needs to obviously exist. Now, of course, if the group does not exist in the store, that's probably problematic, right? Because in order for a user to actually be in the group and be able to do something in the group, that group needs to be in the store. Well, there's different cases that we'll handle, obviously, because there might be situations where the user might want to access the group directly by pasting the URL. And so we'll have to obviously do some data fetching, right? We'll have to fetch the initial first 10 to 20 groups. And then if that group that they're trying to access directly via the URL is not in the store, then we'll have to fetch it in the store. So we do need to make sure we check to see if the group exists. If it does not, well, like I said, it should always exist no matter what, because later on we'll have to make it so that when they visit the group directly via the address bar, right, then we'll have to fetch the group and then store in the Redux store. Wait, so what features does the chat app have? I'll probably go over that in a little bit. I am from Bihar, India. You know, Arya Bhatta, he is from my city. He discovered zero. I'm not sure what Arya Bhatta is or who that might be. Remind me again. All right, let's see. Probably will comment all this out as well. Okay. So let's do const action on payload dot type. So definitely want to destructure the type as well as the group as well. Then we'll do switch type. And of course, we'll need to import the enum that we created. So, because type is update group action. So, on owner transfer, user join, user leave, these cases will all have the same action. All the same logic will happen. User join, user. Okay. And, probably could just do this, I think. And that should be fine. I think this should be fine. And of course, when the case is of type new message, it's going to have different logic. Okay, so we could literally just take, let's see. So we have the updated group. So I'll probably rename this, updated group. I'll rename that over there. We will still need to find the group as well. So we'll do that. Const existing group. Okay. And then, let's see. We also need to get the index as well. So we only want to do something if the group does in fact exist. So let's see. I think maybe what I'll do is if there's no existing group, probably just won't do anything. So at least now that I know existing group does exist. So we could just do state.groups at subscript index right over here. He was a great scientist from my city in history and he discovered 0. Was he like a mathematician? Oh, scientist. Okay, scientist, mathematician. They have some overlap. But that's cool. That's cool. I was not sure who that was, but thank you for sharing. Let's see. Updated group action, user leave. Okay. Yeah, so this will be fine. I'll have the same logic right over here, right over here. Okay, so update group action, new message. So this is where we're going to have different stuff happening, of course, right? So, before we can even do anything, let's just go ahead and just get rid of all this. And I'll also just console log. And I'll console log I'll console log this so that way we know what's going on. Okay, but let me just move this over here. Alright, so we do need to fix the other dispatch calls. So right over here, we have 4 dispatch calls. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's handle each one. They're all in the same page. That's good. Okay, so update group. Okay, so what we can do is we can just basically set the type. So we know that the type over here is going to be, so this is on group received new user. Okay, so I could just do update group action dots new user should be user join, I believe. We can double check that as well in just 1 second. Let's see. All right, so let's go over here. Let's go over to the backend and see. So on group.user.add, okay, we emit on group receive new user. Makes sense, okay. So we do that right over here and we broadcast the event to everyone in that group, okay. So we emit that event right over there. Perfect. Okay, so we can set the type to user join. Okay, then the group is right over there. No problem with that. And so we'll update that over here. We'll do the same thing down here as well. And all of these socket ons, these will all be moved into their own hooks later, so don't worry. Bro, you suggest me a course of JS, or can you suggest me a JS course? I think I've recommended the one that I showed you last time, the one on my current channel. Have you taken a look at that one already? If you haven't, I definitely recommend you do it, because there's a different approach that I took when it came to working on that course. I'm gonna be working on a lot of videos the next month. I wanted to work on more videos, but my microphone literally died on Wednesday, the last day that I streamed. Well, my microphone, the wire basically broke, so that's why I was kind of forced to buy a new mic. Now I could have just bought a new wire, but the problem wasn't the wire. The problem was the microphone's socket, because it was very loose. Like it was very loose, and the only way to actually fix that is by taking the whole entire microphone out. I mean, if you've owned the Blue Yeti, for those who have had Blue Yetis, you guys will know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you are aware of that. But yeah, it was just again, because like imagine recording a whole video and then you realize that it wasn't picking up audio because the wire was slightly moved. That would be very frustrating. So I was like, you know what, it's time to get a new mic. And I've had this microphone for about like 4 years, I think. So I was like, you know what, yeah, I might as well get a new one. It's an investment, right, for the channel. I don't see it as a waste of money because it's an investment for the channel, of course. I have a blue snowball. Yeah, I don't know about snowballs, but for the Blue Yeti, if you have the Blue Yeti, you'll know exactly what I'm referring to. That socket is extremely loose, and at any moment, if you just move it slightly, audio will not be picked up. So you can understand why that would be very bad for some people, let's see. So, let's see. Update p action dots. Want to transfer and then group. I wonder why I am destructuring this. I guess it's because, over here, I never really do anything with the user, to be honest with you. So maybe I don't even need to really add the user, because I've never done anything with the user here, to be honest with you. Because the group itself comes with it has all the new users added already. But for update group owner, I can understand that this right over here can stay the same. Okay, and then I think the last thing that we need to update is Thunk API. So group slice.ts right over here. So update group details. Okay, so this one is slightly different, though I'm a little bit concerned. Why did I do it this way? I can't really remember, but I know we did do this last week. Update group. Thunk API dispatch update group. Let's see. Update group details API. I think the reason why I must have done this was probably because I needed to wait for. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I had to dispatch another action. That's why I did that. But that's fine though, because I guess now we have a different dispatch that we have to worry about. So the data is of type group. That's completely fine. So I think we have to add one more action. So update group details. Yeah, we could very easily add that. I'm making a chat and I've finished with the auth, but now I'm stuck on how to start off and making the app. I watched your video, but sorry to say you're not that much experience in teaching, but I still appreciate your efforts. You'll do better, I know. Well, I mean, there's a difference between making a course and actually privately tutoring. I'll say that I've been doing it for about 5 years now, but if there's other courses that probably will work out better for you. So if there's something that there's just something that I have done in the course that you probably don't understand, maybe you just gotta find another course, and there's plenty out there that you can search for. But in terms of teaching, yeah, I've been doing it for about 5 years now, so I'd say I'm pretty experience in that aspect. Update group. Update group. Yeah, so we have to set the type to update payload. Update group action. Yeah, I personally think that you used the wrong words, in my opinion. I think what you meant to say was that my style of teaching just does not work with you. Not that I'm not experienced with teaching. Because I would say 5 years of teaching is pretty decent amount, you know. So I probably think you might have mixed up your words right there. But that's just my opinion though. Let's see, new message, user join, owner transfer. Let's see. Update details. But still love your course, but I didn't understand your view as a student. Like I said, everyone has different learning mechanisms. Some people personally don't find videos, you know. Some people just personally don't like videos. Some people prefer reading books. I personally enjoy both reading books and videos. Yeah, like I would say just try finding another course. If that works, then that's good. If that doesn't work, just keep finding until you just keep finding one until it works out for you. I quit teaching because public school is a scam. Yeah, that is true. It is. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Message user join, update details. Let's see. So update details. Okay, that should be fine. And we can just go over here and set the type to update details. And for data, I'll rename this to group like that. Okay, because it is of type group. So that should take care of that case. And we just need to, yeah, so when I dispatch that, the same thing happens over here. So we'll just add that case right over here. So case update details. There we go. It does literally the same exact thing. Okay, so with new message, we have to do the same exact. We have to do something different, right? With whenever a new message is sent, we need to remove the existing group. Right now, we know that the group does exist, right? We're doing that check over here. So since it does exist, we know that we can remove it by calling .slice, and we know we have the index. And only problem is that, well, what if the group is not in the state? Well, like I said, the group should always be in the state no matter what. When you load the app, it'll fetch all the groups, store in the Redux store, renders them dynamically on the sidebar. If the user were to visit the group directly, then we'll have to fetch that individual group, store it in the store, okay? Because we will need to definitely add pagination later. But so in every single situation, the group should always be in the store. Because if a user has clicked on a group itself or a conversation, then it must be in the store no matter what, based off of our logic that we're implementing. So that's our assumptions that we're making. So update group action message. Yeah, so we'll basically do the same thing with conversation slice. So if we look at update conversation, we basically get the index. We call state.conversation splice, pass the index. So that's the element that we want to remove at the certain index. Remove one element, delete count 1. And then we call unshift. We'll just add the element to the beginning of the array, which is exactly what we want. So we'll just do the same exact thing. So we could just do state, let's see, state.groups. Let's see, state.groups dot splice index 1, state.groups unshift, pass in the new updated group right over here like that. Like that. Okay. Yeah, should be fine. Probably might just change this group to updated group like that. Clean it up a little bit. we're not really using that name anywhere, so that's okay. Okay, so update group type. So, yep, should be fine. Let's also just write a break as well. Sorry, brother, I judged you without knowing. I'm sorry. No, you're good, man. You have your opinion, and that's totally fine. I was just basically saying, yeah, like, everyone has differences when it comes to learning. So I'm not gonna fault you, of course, for how you, for the way that you learn. Hey, I just want to say thanks. You really helped me further understand MVC authentication. Yeah, no worries, Hazel. Why I really, Hazel Wise, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. But it doesn't mean that I am not always willing to improve. Uh, I'd actually say that years of experience, can be seen like a big thing in a lot of people. But to be honest with you, years of experience really, in my opinion, does not really mean everything. Not saying that doesn't mean anything. I'm saying it doesn't mean everything. The reason why I say that is because you could be doing the same thing for 20 years, and someone could come in, do the same exact thing that you're doing, but in a different, more efficient way, right? And they could just take your job right over there. So when people say, "Oh yeah, I have 40 years of experience," well, don't let that number fool you, because they could just be doing the same thing for forever. Who knows how long? The same exact thing, never once is innovated, never once is thought of something different, and But with my videos though, I always try to do things differently. Like before, I would always make videos in like batches, like 10-minute videos for each whenever I'm making a series. But honestly, I don't think that's really that popular. I think most people prefer longer videos, like 1 to 2 hour courses. Like those videos that I've been making that were like over an hour have been doing way better on my channel compared to all of the other series. So I'm definitely going to continue making videos like that and improving my way of teaching. Sorry, give me 1 second. Just looking at my other screen real quick. Just gotta open up something. Can't watch 2 hour videos. Yeah, understandable. I personally don't think I can sit down and watch a whole 4 hour video without doing anything, Like, I personally don't think I could do that. Like, even when it came to college lectures, I personally never sat there for hours just listening. Like, it was just too much, especially when I knew that all the material was online. So there was no reason for me just to sit there and listen to the professor reading off slides. Like, I could have just, been more efficient with my time by reading the notes myself and doing some self-studying with Google and with the notes. Okay. Yeah, so we'll test this out right now. So, let's just make sure everything else works fine. Still the same app. Yeah, this is going to be our final week where we'll prioritize this app. Next week, we will be working on the money transfer app, 100%. We're not going to continue with this app. I don't know, like either next week or this week. Don't really have a tentative date, but definitely going to be, we're definitely going to start it either this Friday or next week. But in terms of hours, probably over 200 to be honest with you. Probably over 200 honestly. Dude, I just scrolled and counted, and you have over 150 hours into this app. Congrats on the hard work. Thank you, Blacks. I really appreciate it. Yeah, man. Like, came a long way with this app. Still got more to do. Currently, I am learning with MDN. Yeah, MDN is a good resource. Okay, so let's first test out the other things that are happening real quick. So let's open up our dev tools. I do gotta reformat my computer at some point because I've had my SSD for the past. I bought a new SSD probably like 2 months ago, and I have not formatted my computer at all because I got a new PCIe 4.0 SSD M.2 NVMe Samsung SSD, really fast, right? Like if I were to boot up the computer with the SSD on with Windows installed, it would take maybe like, 10 minutes or no wait 10 like not 10 minutes. What am I talking about? Like 3 seconds to boot up. But I have not had the time to, take apart my computer, reformat it. I've just been way too busy, so forgive me for that. But I'm gonna have to do that sometime this week. All right, so let's transfer the owner. So the owner is still transferred. Good. I can still leave the group. Okay, but now there's a problem. Can I read properties of undefined? Number 99, line 99 right over here. Let's see what's going on over here. Interesting. Can I read properties of undefined? Update group. Interesting. That is very interesting. Or maybe... Well, it's complaining about line 99, so it's 100% calling. It's 100% calling this right over here. So what could be the issue? Inside update group, okay. So it's complaining because probably right over here, existing group. Type group. Let's try again. I'm pretty sure the API call worked though. It's just the state is being updated poorly. Okay, so it's saying that line 99, where is it? Did it not log anything? Let me do this also. These logs are kind of getting in my way. Try creating another group real quick. Okay, so transferring the owner. Well, let me try kicking the user. Kicking the user works. Okay. That's fine. So kicking user works. Update group user leave, right? Makes perfect sense. User leave, the group is defined. Okay. Yeah, it might just be the way that we are yeah. It might just be the way that we are handling the dispatch. Let's go over to references, group page. Yeah, I think it's this one right here. Yep. On group participants received. Yep, perfect. Right over here. So, we do not fix this part yet. But it's really weird. Like, why would it not complain about? I'm really interested to find out why it is not complaining about the type, right? Because I remember there was 4 that we need to update, but I do remember we only updated 3. I'm really curious on why it's not complaining about it right over here. Is because payload.group. Oh, you know why? It's because payload is of type any. Yeah, this is something that sometimes I don't like about TypeScript is that, technically it's statically typed, it's strict type annotation, but not really, because if you leave it as type any, you can pass any into a function that is, strictly type annotated. And obviously that's problematic. This would never happen in a language like Java. But it's okay though. But yeah, we'll have to fix this, of course. Okay, so update group. So let me just go over to the backend real quick and let's see, on group participant left payload. Yeah, I never really had time to properly type annotate these payloads, so I kind of have to figure out what the actual type or what the actual payload is, right? Because I don't really know what it is. So we have the group 100%. We have the user ID. Okay. So it seems like I just send the original payload back, which I don't even think I really even need that, to be honest with you. So here's what I'll do. I will go ahead. Well, I am console logging the payload. Right. Let me go over here real quick. Gotta remove some of these logs. Yeah. Let's fix this. Yo, JD, what's going on, man? How are you? How was your vacation? Well, it wasn't really a vacation because I was technically still working remotely for my company. I was just in a different location, but I did take some time off from work on like, Thursday, Friday. And I did, got to spend some time with my family, got to, go out, do a bunch of cool stuff. So, yeah, it was I would say, it was definitely lots of fun. Yeah, this is also a problem too. We added ourselves. This is not good. Now, if I try to leave, there'll be a problem, as you can see. Yeah, there's a problem over here. Maybe not. Or maybe that's a different Michael. I'm not sure though. Because I know for a fact in the backend we are handling a we're making it so that if the user adds himself, it actually removes it. But I'm not. I gotta double check that though. I'm not too sure. Okay, so right now I'll transfer the owner. Now another problem is that you can see the offline users just get sorted randomly. We'll also sort the offline users in alphabetical order as well. So now if I try to leave the group, okay, you can see that I only get the user ID in the group. I probably don't really need the user ID because we don't really do anything with it on the front end. Actually, you know what? I lied. We actually do use the user ID. So I will create a custom type for this. Nice, nice. Yeah, man. You know what's weird is that, uh, JD, is that I knew that you were a member of my channel, but for some reason your star was not showing up, which is why I was really confused. And I think maybe you may have been wondering about that too. Because now I see that you have like the lighter blue star, which indicates that you've been a member for more than I think a certain amount of time. But I don't know, YouTube is kind of weird sometimes, YouTube is kind of weird sometimes. But yeah, nice to see you again, man. Add no implicit any to TS config to disallow implicit any. Yeah, I think I gotta do that. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so let's type annotate this. So we have the group ID as well as, or the group and the user ID. So let's do this. And this user ID is supposed to correlate with the user that is logged in. Or the user that left the group, right? Because we only ever want to navigate the user to that page is if they are in fact the user. So I should probably rename user ID to maybe something else like user remove ID, something like that. Maybe I'll rename it. Maybe I'll rename it that. Because just naming a user ID is very vague, Don't really know. It doesn't really tell you much about that. Amit Kumar, welcome to the stream, man. How are you? Good morning to you. Yeah, just naming it like user ID is just like very vague. Like you definitely want to avoid that as much as you can. Uh, Group participant left. And there's also on group removed, on group recipient remove as well. But with these, we've already handled that already. So that seems to be okay. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and let's type annotate this. So we need the group user left ID or user removed. User ID. Okay. I know it is the user leaving, but I kind of want to reuse the removed user ID with the other payload, so that's why I am renaming it like that. Because you can see that we do the same thing right over here, I think, on group recipient remove. Maybe not. Yeah, we have two different events, so yeah, I'll probably just call this user left ID. And then we'll have to change it on the back end as well. So on group participant left. Right over here. And the way that we're sending the ID to the front end, let's see. Yeah, we have payload.user ID. We also need to type annotate this as well. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it like this for now. I'll just leave it like user ID for now. Fix that later. Should be okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should really call this participant ID instead, honestly. Yeah, why don't I call it participant ID? Could be the same thing as user ID, but oh well. I don't want to think too much. Don't want to overthink it, you know? Any good tutorial to learn React with TypeScript? Well, I mean, I personally wouldn't be able to recommend one for you because I've never really watched tutorials for that specific topic. But, you know, I'm sure any tutorial would work just fine for you. I am planning on making a new React course probably by the end of this year in TypeScript and JavaScript. Probably do 2 separate videos. We'll see. Definitely, the first one will definitely be in JavaScript, though. And then there'll be another one in TypeScript. There are some differences because obviously with TypeScript it adds a little bit more extra stuff that you will need to do. So, okay, so let's go ahead and get the group and user ID. And then we can just go ahead and do this. So now if I try to pass in group, it's going to complain, right? So now let's do type. And this is user leave, which I don't think we have handled that yet, right? We've only done user join. Well, I mean, user leave is going to pretty much be the same thing as the recipient being removed, right? So we'll just use the same thing. We could also create a separate one for user removed, I guess, to be more verbose, to be honest with you. Because personally, for me, I like being extremely verbose. You know? But let's just do that. User leave. Well, we could just use the same one, though. It doesn't really matter. They're both, in the end, going to be the same thing anyways. I think a better thing that I could do is I could probably just... I think I'll probably do something else in just 1 second. Let me see. Update group type. Update group action. User leave, then group like that. And then we'll change this to user ID. Move that. Okay, so that should fix that user leave issue. What YouTube or website has been one of the most helpful in your learning journey? NetNinja and Brad Traversy's channel have both been amazing resources for me. Those are the only 2 channels that I've ever really watched thoroughly, and they helped me out with my career a lot. By career, I really mean learning web development. So I owe all my credit to them, and I'll never forget that, of course, you know. Always going to remember that 100%. I'm not going to lie and say, oh yeah, I learned everything on my own. You know, I'm not going to say that kind of bullshit. I think being dishonest is just a stupid thing in my opinion. But, you know, some people will do that, though. That's on them. Alright, so let's try leaving this group. Okay, so that fixes it. Perfect. Okay, so seems like that is working fine. So that's good, and I am happy that is working well. So we're able to leave the group. Now, let's see what happens when I try to add other users to a new group. So let's go ahead and create a group with 2 users. And then we'll add Jackie and Alex. So let's do this. So I added Jackie to the group. So you can see that, let's see, there should be that action inside update group. User join. It really should be called user added instead of user join. Let's add Alex as well. Okay, here we go. I can kick users. That's not going to be a problem. I can transfer the owner to Danny. I can leave the group. So all of those actions work fine. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and commit this, and we'll go ahead and now we have not. I think we have also updated. Let's go into the group. So before I write a commit message, just make sure, did we in fact update? Yeah, so we did update it whenever a new message. Yep. The only thing that we did not do is we did not dispatch the action, but we'll do that in the next commit because I don't want to make too many changes. So before I write this commit message though, I'm gonna go here, and I don't want to make too many commits of just, changes that are not going to, how do I explain this? I don't want to like write too many messages of just kind of like going back and forth achieving the same things. It's better to just put all those things in one commit. Small one commit. So I'll show you what I'm going to do. That I just thought of a better idea. Because, if you think about it, right, in our group slice right over here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 different cases that are all going to fall in the same category, right? But why don't I just put all of this in the default case instead of just doing this? I think that would be a lot better. So instead of having, update group action, user join, user leave, all this stuff, we'll just have only new message, right? I probably could also use a server events as well, to be honest with you. I probably could use like the server events that I created the enum for, but we'll worry about that later. And then so instead of having all these cases, I can just put them all in the default case because it's just going to be the same thing. Now, of course, this will work right now, but I don't really think there'll be other things that will update, so it's going to be okay. So I can remove this, and now I can just handle this one single case, a new message. And type is always going to be of type, update group action. Now, I don't really know if I really want to use an enum for this anymore, to be honest with you. Because I can now just change this to new message, for example, instead of just, doing enum. But, I don't know. This kind of cleans up the function a little bit, so that's good. What do you think about Passport.js? Is it nice? Yeah, I think Passport.js has been around for a very, very long time. And, there's not really that many issues with Passport. A lot of people use it, I think it's great. I think it's definitely great. Of course, I have done a video that kind of shows how Passport works underneath the hood. Kind of like how you can implement Passport from scratch. So when I did that OAuth 2 video, you'll learn a lot about Passport underneath the hood with that. But I think Passport is great, to be honest. So let me remove this comment because I don't need that anymore. Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay, so if the action is of new message, we can do state groups splice. Okay, otherwise we'll do the default case. Then just call break. Probably don't even, yeah, we'll just do that. Okay. Could also just do this as well because we're at the last default case, so we probably don't even need to worry about break. But I think that's bad practice though, so we'll just do that. Okay, let's see. Okay, so now of course we do need to update the other files, the other file that we just updated. So let's go to group page. So right here, so instead of passing a type, we could probably just pass only the group. But it's saying type is missing. Probably just omit type though, to be honest. Yeah, we could probably just omit type, so here's what we'll do. Update group, the payload action, update group payload. Type will be optional, I guess. Type will be optional. Okay. And so of course, if that switch case does not match that type, it'll just go into the default case, right? I heard some bad things about its documentation and also. Oh yeah, I know. I would say that that is definitely something that is pretty bad. I personally feel that way too, to be honest with you. So I'm definitely on the same boat with you on that. Antonio Aguirre, hi from Texas. First time watching. When did you start coding? Well, first of all, welcome to the stream. Thank you for checking it out. I guess you did you find the stream from recommended, or how did you find the stream? Is what I am interested in. My Cloudlifter just arrived, but before I go and get it, let me answer your question. So I started coding back in 2016 was when I first learned it when I was in college, and then I first started learning web dev back in 2018. So total 6 years. Okay, so let's just make sure this works before we do anything else. So we'll remove all of this. So on group recipient removed, okay. And I think we can only pass one parameter, I believe. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Pass the group. Probably we'll just change this to payload. Yeah, no, I'll just do it like that. So group. User leave. Yep. So just pass in the group. Go down over here. Owner transfer. Same thing. And I think that might have been all. Group slice.ts. Yes, inside the thunk. Let's go over there. Right over here. So update group. Let's just remove this. Yep, perfect. Okay, yeah, that should probably fix that. So let's refresh. Yes, recommend LO. Nice, man, nice. Well, welcome to the stream, man, and I always love seeing new people to the stream. You know, we got a lot of people. Got the stream recommended to them, and you know, they've been around for the past month or so. But you know, we're always welcoming new people, so welcome to the stream, my friend. Nice, man. I'm currently on my last semester of CS. Nice, man. Do you have like a capstone project or something that you gotta do? Because I know that's a new thing that a lot of colleges are starting to integrate now. Because I know my college, the one that I went to, we did not have capstone project for our last semester, but a lot of new ones are starting to integrate that right now. Yo, Joe, man, how's it going, man? Long time no see. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing pretty good. You know, I cannot complain. I cannot complain. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, let's test this out right now. So let's go ahead and do this. Danny Anson Max. Okay. Add that. Okay, so kick user, transfer owner, leave. Okay, and we can see that default case, payload user ID, default case for all these, which is good. Okay, now if I send a message, let's go over here. If I say hi, now you can see that right now this group should be on the top, but it's not on the top, and that's obviously a problem. So we got to find out what the issue is. Well, obviously I know what the issue is because we have not dispatched the update group whenever we receive a group message, right? Because you can see that that event is being emitted right over here, number 49, right over here on line 49, group message received, hi, group message received, hi, right over there. But we have not dispatched an action, which we need to do that. And that has to happen for both all the clients, right? That group needs to appear all the way on the top. So we'll have to do that. But before we do that, let me write this commit message. So that way we're not writing too many new features in one gigantic commit. It's not good. All right, I'm going to write this commit message. I'm going to go get my Cloudlifter. It's right by my door. I'm going to go grab that. I'm going to plug it in. Or not Cloudlifter, I'm talking about. I'm going to go get the other XLR cable is what I meant. The Cloudlifter is already here. The XLR cable that I need to plug into the other end is what I need to go grab. So I'm going to go grab that after I write this commit message, and then you guys will see a tremendous boost in the audio, hopefully, I think. We'll see, we'll see. You guys will be the judge of that. Let me just review this real quick. Just make sure I am not committing changes that should not be committed. This right over here was not updated much, so we probably won't commit that. this right over here was updated conversation slice. I think was. What happened over here? I think this was just linting. Yeah, I think this is just prettier. Yeah, there's no reason why that should be updated, to be honest with you. Because we didn't really update. I think it was my linter, or prettier is what I meant. Yeah, so it'll just be these three files. Yeah, so whenever you're writing commits, you always want to make sure you review the commits. I know with this whole stream, I haven't really done a good job with that. Because I've just kind of been like, going really fast and such. But when you have the time, like right now the project is much more stable, so now we can actually sit down one by one and review each commit to make sure that we're not committing stuff. And we can also add other tools like Husky. Husky is a pretty good tool that checks certain things and make sure that it meets the criteria before it actually, commits the entire thing. It uses it's like a wrapper with Git hooks, something like that. If you guys have heard of that, not too much familiar with that. I've only used it for work one time, and I thought it was pretty cool. Great way to keep your code base clean. You definitely don't want to write shitty commits. Currently working off of a CAN bus visualizer project that deals with ECUs on cars. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds pretty cool, man. As long as you're having fun, then that's all that matters. It sounds really interesting. Let's see. Not really too much of a fan. Sometimes I just have a hard time figuring out how I want to actually name my commits. Probably one of the most difficult parts, to be honest with you. All right, so right over here, we'll do a dispatch. We'll do update group. The type we'll set to payload update group action new message, and group will be right over there. Let's see. Yeah, I probably don't want to destructure that anymore. Okay, but do I ever do anything with message? Probably not, so I'll probably just get rid of that. Do I really need this destructure? Or could I just probably save myself an extra line, maybe? Sometimes I don't like using enums as well, because they can take up like a lot of space like that. So I might just change this to maybe type new message like that. That'll save me like a line right over here. Something like this. So that we have it all in one line. I can remove these two, and we just save some lines of code. But we'll worry about that later when we move all of these individual. We'll worry about that later when we move all these individual. Socket listeners to their own commits, or what I'm talking about, to their own hooks is what I meant to say. All right. Okay. So update group. So now the action type is supposed to be new message, and we can see over here everything else type is undefined for the rest of the 4 or 5, I believe. The only one that should have a type is going to be new message. Okay. And cool. So now let's see what happens. So let's refresh the page. And now if I send a message here, if I say hi, this is going to appear on the top. You can see that the last message is there. Hello. Hello. How are you? We also should probably, for group chats, we should probably also make it so that it displays who the message was sent from. Okay. And you can also see that when the data is being refetched, it does not show the last message sent. So we'll have to fix on the back end, of course. But now if I do hello, how are you? You can see that it appears right over here. So yeah, it's pretty good. So we'll commit this, and then we will push it to the remote branch. All right, I'm gonna be right back real quick. Just give me literally 1 minute. So I'm just gonna grab the XLR cable and then I'm going to use the bathroom to get some water. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I am back. All right, I'm just gonna plug in this Cloudlifter. Hopefully, there will be a noticeable difference. Otherwise, I'll be pretty upset because these things are not cheap. But yeah, I mean, pretty much like it says it gives you ultra clean gain because the microphone audio by default is just really low. So, all right, let's see. Yeah, for those who are not really too sure what I'm talking about, I got a new microphone like 2 weeks ago before I left to my little trip. I didn't really get much of a chance to test it out though, because I literally got it. I don't even know if I streamed with my mic. I don't think I streamed that morning when I was departing to my flight. So let's see. All right, I'm gonna go on mute real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see. Test. All right, hello. Ooh, it's a little bit too loud. All right, what about now? Does this sound better? That is way too loud. Whoa. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know if you guys notice much of a difference, to be honest with you. I mean, this is way louder, I think. Yeah, it's like extremely louder. I don't know. What do you guys think? Test. Yeah, the thing with this Cloudlifter is that it uses phantom power. I don't know if phantom power is bad for the microphone though. What do you guys think? Like, what do you guys think of the quality? Is the quality okay? Good, bad? What do you guys think? I had to lower the gain a little bit, but I feel like it's kind of pointless. Like I probably won't really need this. I don't know. I don't know. I figured I'd try it out at least before saying that I don't need it, because I heard that it's really good. Yo, 2LookX, how are you, man? Welcome back to the stream. Snox, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Rami Ray, how are you? It kind of sounds distorted though. Yeah, it's because the gain is way too loud. I might just return this Cloudlifter because I don't know, like I don't really think I need it because there's, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Maybe I'll have to play around with it on my own and see if I really need it. Because, like, these things are not cheap. Like, they're 150 bucks. They're really expensive for audio. Like, my old microphone did the job just fine, and I didn't even need all that kind of crap, too. And to be honest with you, the difference between my old Blue Yeti mic and this one doesn't really even sound that much difference, to be honest with you. But I like this microphone, though. I have a microphone stand as well for it. Alright, let's see. Twitch. Is my Twitch live as well? Let me double check. I don't even know if I'm live on Twitch right now. Oh, I am. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, as long as it's fine, I don't really think there's any issues with it though. But, yeah. Let's see. Close that out. Okay. So. We have done this today. So let's just go ahead and finish this out. We have finished this already. And what we should do now is, let me see. I probably don't think I will display the group owner on the top of the sidebar. I don't really think that even matters, honestly. Add a way to block friend requests. Clear attachments from store when user navigates away. Yes, we'll have to 100% do that. We do need to also make sure that when we are fetching the groups, that that when we are fetching the groups, it does include the last message sent. Because if I refresh right now, you're going to see the last message sent is not present over there. And if you look in the store, it's not going to be present at all in any of the groups right over here. Right? The last message sent is not over there. So we'll have to include that. That's a really easy fix, though. Just have to do that from the API. So we'll go to groups, controllers, group.control.ts, and let's try this. Let's go over to get groups. Yes, get groups, go to implementations. And yeah, so it's going to be the same thing that we did with getting the conversations. You look over here, get conversations. We did a lot of left joins. I wonder if there's a way where I can probably pass in an array instead of doing all this, because this looks really ugly in my opinion. I wonder if there's a way that I could probably just do left join and select maybe like multiple. I'm not sure though. But yeah. Let's go over here. So we just want to do the same thing. So let's see, group.users. Yeah. So let's see. Property, condition. Okay. Now if I refresh, that probably should now be there. Perfect. And I also want to make sure that the group type is type annotated to include last message sent. Good, perfect. Okay, that's good. All right, there we go. So now we have those messages right over here. Of course, we can also upload an avatar, which I can do that right now. Let me just do that real quick. Because I did delete all of the images from the space, so that's why the image is broken right now. We can just upload. Let's do this one. Save, right? It's gonna upload it. Perfect. Yeah, it's a little bit distorted because of the image aspect ratio. Cool. And the other issue is that when I navigate away, you can see that the Redux store still has the attachments, which is not what we want, so we'll have to fix that. But let's just quickly commit this real quick, and we'll go ahead and let's close this out. Cool. So that's done right over there. Okay, yeah, that's good. So I guess the next thing that we'll do is fix this. Clear attachments from store when user navigates away from group/conversation channel. Should be a pretty easy fix, I would say. What we could do is we could just listen, or not listen, but basically we just want to check to see when the route ID has changed, or location. We could also check to see when the location has been updated. And when the location has been updated, we can just literally clear the store. Okay. I don't know. I just don't really think it'd be a good idea to just leave this hanging over there. It doesn't really make much sense to me. Another dead channel. Hi, Anson, been long, huh? Yeah, it's been a while, man. I hope you're doing well. How is everything? Let's see. Yeah, because this thing is still in there, and we definitely want to make sure that that these stores cleared when we were navigating. But I don't know though, like, do I want to do it in app page.tsx? Because this is like the root where everything happens, you know? You know, like, because, yeah, this is where all the routes are set up, I think. Or is it? Let's see. Let's do app.tsx. Well, yeah, app page, and then all the other routes are nested. Yeah. So we could do it inside app page. We could listen to when the route has changed. So we could basically call use location. Like this. And basically what we could do is we can just do this. So whenever the location changes, right, I'll write a console log. Location was changed. And so inside this use effect, we could probably just clear the store from with all the attachments. Or when the component unmounts, we can probably just remove it from the store. And that would happen like the component would unmount in conversation channel page right over here. But that means, yeah, so I think we could also do it there. We can try both. We can try both. Been going out more, and I figured it's best for me to do outside activities like biking, sports, and more. Nice, man. I'm sure you had a lot of fun. I was also out for quite some time as well. Had a lot of stuff happen in past 10 days when I was away. Yo, do you ever get bored of coding or doing this like sometimes? Not really. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like maybe about a week ago, maybe I was, pretty bored, but it happens. But just think about, what you want to accomplish with this, and just keep going. Um, Location. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go inside conversation channel page because this is the component that actually has message panel. But now I wonder, right? Um, Here's the thing, like over here in message panel, when the component unmounts, we clear all messages, which I'm wondering what exactly this does because I don't really recall what happened over here. Or I don't remember why I did this. Let me look at this dispatch function real quick. I don't really remember why this happened. Message panel. Clear all messages. Huh, interesting. I can't really remember why I did this. But that's very interesting that it's there. Because you can see that, oh, I know why. This clear all messages stuff is for the system messages. Yeah, it's for the, I should probably name this clear all system messages because it's hard to tell like what it really means. Like, is it system messages or is it regular messages? Ronit Gandhi, how are you, man? Welcome back. Hey, you are back. Yeah, man, I've been gone for about 10 days, but happy to be back here working and streaming and talking to all of you. And I welcome you all back to the stream, and I hope you all have been well and healthy as well. Commonly, how are you, man? Welcome back to the stream. How is everything, my friend? When will there be a tutorial for ticket transcripts? Honestly, I wanted to upload that, but I kind of scrapped it because popularity for that series was really low, and I just didn't really have any motivation to continue with that. Which I do really feel bad, to be honest with you. But I actually have the video recorded, I think, or I have the code still on my computer, but I just have not recorded the third part yet. So maybe I will upload it or record myself uploading it, or what am I talking? Record the video sometime later. But I just had like a change of priorities, you know. So that's why I didn't. That's why I wasn't able to work on that. Cause plans change all the time. Sorry, sparkling water's a little bit annoying sometimes. What program is this? This is Visual Studio Code. Let me do a poll as well. I want to get your guys' feedback. Like, what do you guys think about the audio quality? Definitely let me know in the poll what you guys think. Yeah, I might change to clear all system messages instead, but we'll worry about that later. Okay. Yeah, so when the component unmounts, this is what we're happening. We're doing clear all messages. So what's stopping me from just doing it inside here? Because, you know, this system message is basically this right over here. Right? It's this way. And if I leave, and those system messages disappear. Right? So what's stopping me from, you know, just doing the same thing? Clear all messages, clear all system messages. So I probably don't even need to do that inside app-page.tsx, so that will save us a couple lines of code in app-page.tsx. So we can do that inside the message panel, which is great. So what we'll do is inside this use effect, when the component unmounts, we will just basically clear all of the attachments, which I think, let me just double check where we have all the attachments stored. Might have been stored. Let's check. Where is it? Where is it? Messages, attachments. Hopefully I put this. I hope I put this inside the Redux store, because it would not be good if we have it. It would just mean more work for us to do if we don't have it in the Redux store. I think I did not put this in the Redux store. I do remember doing it though. Like I 100% remember putting it inside the Redux store. So, oh yeah, right over here, message panel slice. There we go. I like the dark mode. LOL. Thank you. Are you talking about dark mode for what, the chat app or the Visual Studio Code? Maybe do a delete or edit button. Yeah. Well, the audio more better than before. You think so? What do you guys think? Like, you guys think the audio is better than before, or I don't know. Me personally, I can't really tell much of a difference, but if you guys think it's better, then that's great, because I spent like a lot of money on this microphone and the equipment. So to hear that the audio is way better is definitely, you know, makes me happy, because, you know, that means that I did not waste all that money on this audio equipment. But I'm glad that you guys like it though. Glad that you guys like the audio. Okay. So yeah, we did places inside message panel slice. So remove all attachments. We could just literally just dispatch this action, remove all attachments whenever the component unmounts. So let's do that. So let's do dispatch, remove all attachments, like that. Okay, and that should now take care of our problem that we were having before. So I'm going to go ahead and try to add a couple attachments over here. I have 1, 2, 3. If I go here, you can see that those attachments are gone. Now, if we really want to make this even more better for the user, we could probably also, you know, set up little like buckets. So whenever the user adds the attachments to the like input box over here, right? We can store those attachments in like a map or like an array in the Redux store based on the conversation or group ID. And then when they navigate away and then when you click on it again, they'll still have the state over there. That could definitely be an additional thing that could boost your user experience. But we won't worry about that right now. So bottom line is, if they upload these, or if they add these files, if they leave and then they come back will be gone. So we'll leave it like that for now. All right, so yeah, let's just go ahead and let me discard those changes. Let's add that over there. And I'll also remove this call state because we are not using this. So let's just remove that. Might as well. Because we are not using that. We just want to get rid of those things that we're not using. Message panel, where is it? Yep, perfect. Perfect. Let's commit that, and then we'll just simply say remove all attachments and component mounts. And we'll also verify that this works for group. So because it should work for group because we're reusing the same component. So I go here. Now I go to here, it'll disappear. Good, that's exactly what we want. Okay, good. So yeah, let's just go ahead and just commit this. We will be good to go with that. So that's another task done. And we can just close this out. I basically just want to, my goal is basically just to make all of these to-dos smaller and smaller. Because we got a lot of stuff that we are doing. So I just want to make it smaller and smaller and smaller. Because we have a lot of stuff on here right now. Right, let's see. Okay, editing a message removes the profile picture in the chat. Yeah, so that was another issue that you guys have actually discovered when we had tested out the app together. Yo, Vibob, what's going on, man? How are you? Vibob, you're actually not the only person that has ran into that issue where you don't have that icon, the member icon, next to your name, because a lot of other people had that issue before. Because I just noticed that someone else also had that issue as well. Yeah, like for example, JD had that issue as well, but I can see their badge now, which is great. But for some reason, YouTube just doesn't like certain people, which is unfortunate. But yeah, I don't know. It's really weird, but you're not the only person that ran into that issue, though. I can promise you that. Because one of our other members had that same issue too. Because I noticed that their badge wasn't there, but then their badge suddenly appeared. And it was always there because I saw it's a different color badge. But don't worry though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why YouTube does that, to be honest with you. Anson, I missed you. Yo, what's going on, Zalify, man? How are you? Thea Locke, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well and having a good day so far. Not sure what time is it for you all, but currently it's only 8 p.m. right now, and I don't have work tomorrow because I actually took tomorrow off as well. Just need an extra day just to relax after traveling. But I'll be streaming for a very long time today. Back to our roots. So yeah, I hope you all are enjoying the stream so far. That's all I can really say. And if you guys aren't, that's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But we'll try to make sure you have a good time. All right, so let's refresh. Okay. Let's see. Did not mean to do that. I need to download more sample images because all these images that I have are just freaking large as hell. I need to download some more sample images. Okay, so the problem was if I were to, so let me just go over here. quick. The problem here is that if I say hi, and if I do edit, and if I do hello world, my profile picture disappears, I think. Was it mine or was it someone else's? Or maybe it was their I don't know. It's really weird because that issue happened, but I don't know why now it's not doing that, which is quite strange. But let's try updating this. Hello. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you can see that that message was updated, and you can see that for, but I don't know why it removed it for. Okay, yeah, let me refresh again. And let me try this again. First, let me just delete this message. Okay. And so what I'll do, oh, you know what it is? It's if you update, yeah, so you have to update the actual picture or the actual message that has the actual picture. So if I do, hey, you can see it disappears. And the reason why that happens is because when we receive the event, right? When we receive the event, you can see right over here, it updates as well. When we receive that updated message event, or yeah, like it does not, let me double check this real quick. It does not include the author's original profile pictures. This is a really easy fix though, but I just got to figure out where it's happening. Anson, give me some ideas for an API project on React. What do you mean by API project exactly? I'm not really too sure what you mean by API project. Like, do you mean like building an API or do you want to consume an API? This is good. Yo, what's going on, Henry? How are you, man? Welcome to the stream. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. I would really appreciate it a lot. We're at 64 likes right now. Let's try to get to 100. Try to get to 100 within the next 2 hours or so. But make sure you guys drop that like button if you haven't already. Would really help out the stream a lot. Like projects made using API. Well, you know, there's a lot of APIs that exist. Like for example, it depends on like what kind of app you want to build. Like for example, there's APIs for the Pokemon. There's Pokédex API. If you like Pokemon, you can use the Poke API. It's an entire database full of like information about the Pokemon, any Pokemon you want. There's APIs for weather, right? If you want to get the weather data. There's Open Weather Map, I think, is what it's called. Open Weather Map, I think. There's Twitter API if you want to work with Twitter. There's Facebook API. There's a lot of different APIs, so it really boils down to what kind of project you want to build first. Now, if you're a beginner, which I don't know your skill level, but if you're a beginner, I would recommend building something simple. Maybe something like, you know, rendering out weather data. That was one of the first projects that I built. Can you show me how you made the edit message part? Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. I just gotta get some more water real quick. Ibrahim, welcome back, Anson. Yo, what's going on, Ibrahim? Nice to see you here again, man. How has everything been? Oh yeah, how's everything been with the interview? Because I know you told me that you got the interview. You got the job, right? I'm trying to remember. You did get the job, or was it just the interview? Is what I'm trying to remember. I will be right back. Give me a couple seconds, though. Or by seconds, I really mean just 1 minute. All right, I'm back. Hey, I'm new here. Just found the channel yesterday. Yo, Yesus, how are you? Welcome to the stream, my friend. I hope you're doing well today, or tonight, or tomorrow, or yesterday, or the day after tomorrow. Sorry, I just have to go get just have to go use the bathroom real quick. Don't worry, guys. I am heavily hydrated all the time. In case you guys are concerned about that, I was drinking lots of water, so let's see. Okay. Yeah, I got that job. In fact, it's 6 a.m. here, and I'm going to the university after to the company. Take care. All right, take it easy, Ibrahim. And yeah, that's good to hear that you got the job, man. I am very happy for you. Makes me happy to hear. Yeah. So with the edit message component, basically, I just made it so that when I clicked on edit, it'll just replace the current message component with the edit box, and it'll take that message and it'll put it over here as the value, and I can update it, and I can click save. Okay, but what we need to do is we need to make it so that when we actually update the message itself, it actually, because here's the problem right over here, and you'll see it happen in just a second. Let me just refresh everything. Okay, is there a way that I can clear all this stuff? Because it's a lot of garbage that I don't want on my screen. Or is that not possible? Resets? Maybe I don't want to reset it. Alright, take it easy, Ibrahim. I'll catch you later. Alright, so what we'll do is I'll go ahead and edit this message right over here. Let's just remove some emojis. Save. Or we can't click that. Let's do this. And basically, you can see that right over here in the logs. Or let's look at the Redux store first. We can see that messages edit pending, so we are calling the API. The edit has been fulfilled. Okay, and let's take a look at the action. And so what happens here is right, is when we receive the updated message, it does not include the author's profile. Okay, it does not include that. And that's the reason why the avatar is going to the default avatar. So we'll have to make it so that when we do edit the message, that it includes the author's profile, because that's how we get the avatar. And then we also need to make it so that the other user that is receiving that odd message edit event is also getting that message, but with the avatar as well, right? Because I'll show you the backend real quick. Let's go over to gateway.ts, and there should be this emit on message edits or on message update right over here. And you can see that we have this message object. We have this recipient socket because we are emitting the event to the recipient. Otherwise, we won't know, otherwise the other user won't see that the message has been edited or updated. Okay, so recipient socket.emit on message update. So we need to make sure that we are taking this message payload. So wherever we are emitting this message update event, which is very easily inside the messages controller. And I'll show you where that is. Source, messages, message controller, right over here. So we are emitting message.updates, and we're passing message. So of course, when we call edit message, we need to make sure, well, here's another issue, is this. So let's make sure that when we find the message with the author, we want to make sure that the relation, let's see, we want to make sure that the author's profile relation is there. This is going to be a little bit annoying. I think we might need to use a query builder for this. Or maybe we not, I don't know. Yeah, actually, no, we don't need a query builder for this. So what we'll do is we'll do author dot, and then this is a user type. Okay. And so entities, user, And so we'll have the profile right over here, and the profile itself has the avatar. And so all we got to do is literally just do author dot profile. And that should give us all of the fields for that. And so what we'll do is this. So I think that's all we probably needed to fix, because the only issue was that it just was not returning the profile. So I think this should probably fix it now. So if I edit this, let's do that. Let's go over here. If I edit that, you can see the profile picture stays the same. If I do this, hi, stays the same, and it is edited perfect. I can delete this right over here. Perfect. And yeah, so that seems like that works out pretty well. No issues with that. Okay. Yeah, so that fixes that issue. Because like I said, the edit was not including the author.profile relation. So that itself should fix that issue. So we can just, doesn't really have anything to do with the front end, just really mostly the back end. So that's good. So let's do this. Let's just go over here. We did make one change over here. Let's go over here. I need to learn NestJS. Yeah, NestJS is a very good web framework. I would highly recommend learning it. Okay. Cool. Let's see. So I think that fixes the other issue that we just had. So let me just move this incognito window to the other browser, or what am I talking about? The other monitor. And let's see. Editing message removes the profile picture in the chat. Look into the WebSocket event that fires when the message is updated. Yeah, so just updating that edit message function itself will fix both issues for the socket that is receiving that message payload, as well as the API response from the HTTP patch request, because we're just basically updating the function. It's going to include that response because it's using the same payload for both. It's using the same payload response for both the socket and the API response. So that's why we don't have to worry. That's why we don't have to do too much. But I will leave a note over here as a subtask, so that way I know what I did. So added profile relation. Let's just do that. Oh shoot. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, and this is just gonna go straight to completed. So I have this project which receives state change from API. What would be the best language for this? I only know Java, but look for ideas. Well, I mean, I'm not really too sure what you're trying to do. Like, you have an API, but what exactly are you trying to do with it? Like, it changes state, but I'm not sure what you are trying to accomplish with that. Cool. So we just finish that 1, 2, 3. So we got 3 stuff done so far. That's good. Okay, yeah. So let's see. Let's try to look at auto login. That should be a pretty easy fix, I think. Shouldn't be too bad, in my opinion. So let's just go ahead and go over here. So basically what we want to do is whenever we register, just auto logs us in to the application. So for example, if I create an account, let's just do, I don't know, Mike 11 or 11111. Mike, and then password is our password. So I click create my account. What it should do is it should log us in. I think with this, I think it should be pretty straightforward. All we would need to do is probably just register the account, and then maybe just probably make another API call on success, or we could just do everything on the back end in one go. But of course, um, I don't know though. I'm not really too much of a fan of that because when you think about it, we could also add CAPTCHA as well. But what I was trying to say was like, if you have it auto log in, probably makes it easier for bots to sign up for accounts and auto log in immediately. But I don't really think it would matter too much on the front end because the only difference is that it's not really gonna stop anything because it just turns one step into two, and that's not really that big of a deal. Kale, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Most likely a single page app that displays changes when it detects it. I guess that you probably need to look into WebSockets because WebSockets pretty much has everything to do with real-time data, and it sounds like your application is a real-time application. So, for example, when something changes on the API, well, I shouldn't say API because you're no longer working with a RESTful API. I should really say the WebSocket gateway. So when something changes on the back end, the WebSocket server is supposed to emit an event to the front end or whatever client that is connected. And that way, the client that is connected will know what has happened based off of that WebSocket event. So I would say your best bet is to look into WebSockets. That's definitely what you want to look into. Yo, Star, what's going on, man? How are you? Yeah, so create my account. And then yeah, I guess it just depends on how I want to handle it. Do I want to make two API requests? So do I want to make one API request and then have that return a 200 and then make another API request? Or do I want to do it all in one request? Now let me look at the backend and see how everything happens, right? So we have this auth controller, we have register, and all we're really doing here is just returning instance plane. But what I could just do is if everything's successful, I just redirect everything to the login route. But that would have to turn into GET request. So, and since these are both of these are post requests, but with logging in, we are using local auth guard, and so there's definitely no way that we could definitely use local auth guard for the register route because that would basically make the register route unable to be called unless we're logged in, which doesn't make any sense. So redirecting the route probably don't want to do that. But because we have to end up doing all this stuff, going through the guards, right over here, going through where is it? Utils, local strategy. Probably don't want to inject the strategy anywhere because that's supposed to be handled by NestJS passport underneath the hood. So probably don't want to worry about that. I think maybe just making a second API call is probably the best thing that we should do, in my opinion. Which, won't be too bad, right? Because, well, when you make the API call, you'll need to pass in the same password. And I don't know if that's really secure, though, to be honest with you. So you make the API call once to register the user, and you still have the password saved on the client side, which you can then reuse to log the user in. But what I'll do is I will go ahead and Google something and see what they do, see their opinion, and see how they handle it. I'm good. How about you? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man. Everything's been fine. I've just been away for a couple days. By a couple days, I really mean a week and a half. But I'm back, and we're back to work. Had a nice little break. So let me see. I want to see how Stack Overflow would recommend doing it. Login and registration example. Node Express. I'm just interested to know if it's better to just do everything in one API call, or if it's better to, do everything with 2 separate calls. Have you gone over the features? Well, there's a lot, so I'll probably have to go over that later because I'm working on some stuff right now, but not yet. Still got a lot more stuff that I'm working on, but we'll go over them later. I mean, I could probably do that right. Yeah. Why don't I just do it right now? Why don't I do it right now so that you guys can see? I'm sure some of you might have already known about some of these features already, but for those that are new, I shall go over them so that way you all can see what is new. So let's see. Okay, so registration works fine. Let me just change my username. Let's do Ryan. Okay, so we have an account named Ryan. Okay, log in. So that's the register and login feature. You can log into the application, okay? And we can go ahead and change our avatar. So I'll go ahead and change it to, this picture right over here. You can go ahead. We'll have to also fix this as well. So we'll save that. We can also upload a banner. Nothing important happens right now, though, from the banner. Security, nothing happens right now. That will have to be for password change. Integrations, nothing. Appearance, there's a light theme right now, but this is only just a temporary solution because I have not bothered, I haven't really bothered making a drop-down box, so it was just like something just make sure that the theme actually works. But you can see that right now. Why does it say I have one friend? That's not right. Yeah, that's not right. Okay. Anyways, so I'm in light theme right now. I am going to change it back to dark theme. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I can send a friend request to someone. So what I'll do is I'll send a friend request from the other account. So this one right over here, I'll send the friend request right over here. Ryan1 is the username. I should change this to recipient recipient to username. So you can see that the user now receives my friend request and I can accept it. And now I can right click and send a message to them. We'll have to fix this, of course. I'm going to make it so that instead of it, just doing hello by default, we'll actually make it so that you can actually send an actual message to them. Otherwise, this is not really that good. So I can do hi. And then the other user can send the message back. So two-way chat works, of course, which all of you have seen that already. Obviously, deleting messages work. I can edit the messages as well. Hello world. Group. I can go ahead and add a group between myself and, well, not myself, someone else. So let's add Riley to the group. Create that conversation. And you can see that we also have statuses that you can see on the sidebar over here. I can say hi. And you can see right over here. Hi. Right here. Messages over there. There was a little bit of lag. But yeah, that's pretty much there. There's that. There's a sidebar. They can toggle. You can add recipient. You can update your status right over here. Hello world. That will appear in a second. You can group features, you can kick users, you can transfer the owner, you can leave the group, yeah, like basically all the stuff that we've done over the past couple days. I'd highly suggest that you guys take a look at the previous VODs to see every single thing that we've done so far. There's a lot of features that we worked on. But yeah, so let me see something. I don't know if I don't know if it's like really a good idea to register and log in though. Because my concern is like privacy issues maybe. What if the user does not want to log in immediately? And logging them in automatically might be like a privacy concern in my opinion. I don't know. I'm just thinking. Do you guys think it's a privacy concern? I don't know. Some applications do that, right? But I don't know though. What do you guys think? I think it's like a privacy concern in my opinion. It could be. I don't know. It could be because what if something happens after you log in? Like I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. In my database instance, should I set the group chats or conversation users inside the user? I'm not really too sure what your question is, to be honest with you. Sorry about that. Divi Patel, how are you, man? Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it has been a long time. I hope you have been well, my friend. Let's see. Delete message from conversation. Wait, wrong controller. Right over here. I don't know. Mostly. How are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Let me read the Stack Overflow post real quick. I'm going to turn on Dark Reader so that way I don't blind you all. Let me do that real quick. Manage extensions. Where is Dark Reader? Turn it on. There we go. It should be way better. Here we go. Let's see. Is it safe to log in, use automatically at the registration, user fills registration, blah, blah, blah. I'm curious if there's a real security reason behind it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about it too. Some people, find it annoying. From a user standpoint, that is very annoying to log in again. It is annoying, yes, but security and convenience are often a trade-off. If they just fill the log information and you're not concerned about confirming that the email address is legit, then there shouldn't be a problem just logging them in directly. Well, right now we don't even have email verification, but at some point we would like to add that. But of course, when you automatically log them in, you should probably also make it so that they can also verify their email. Like, for example, if the user does not have a verified email, you can just display like a subliminal message on the top of the application, like right over here, on the top over here, telling them to verify their email address, right? So I don't really think that would be a problem. In terms of security, it just automatically logs user in without the email being legitimate or not, right? So that can open up your application to a bunch of spam accounts. However, you open up yourself to people's bots, creating bogus accounts. Yeah, that's what they say over here, without legitimate email addresses. If you're concerned about that, then you should at least verify the email address by sending a link with a GUID or some identifier. Like that's the also thing that I'm thinking about too. Like, it's nice, the convenience, but at the same time though, there's different trade-offs. Anson back at it again. Yup, I'm doing good, loving the streams. I watch them all the time in the background. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate that a lot. Thank you. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button if you haven't already. We're going for 100 likes within the next hour or so. So I'd really appreciate that if you guys left that like button. I'm also streaming on Twitch as well. So I haven't streamed on Twitch for about like a couple days because I was having some issues with my internet. But shouldn't be an issue right now. Don't seem like there is an issue, at least right now. Yeah, I think that this is not a good idea, in my opinion, unless if you were to verify the user, of course, right? Obviously it seems like a good convenience thing to do, but I think that, I think instead of like having the user automatic log in, we should just do OAuth 2, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Because, pretty much is what I was thinking about as well. Plus, the possibility of users creating a bunch of spam accounts without legit emails. Of course, when we integrate SendGrid or some kind of email verification service, right, we probably would want to up our security by having the user visit their email address, clicking on the verification link, and then once that's done, then the account is verified. I think probably that'd be the best thing to do, in my opinion. On Twitch only, I am. Yo, what's going on, Dishmon? How are you? Welcome from Twitch. From Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is pretty quiet today. For some reason, Twitch is fairly quiet today. Use Discord all to log in. We'll add a bunch of stuff. Don't worry, we'll add a bunch of stuff to log. We'll add a bunch of stuff. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good explanation. I think yeah, OAuth2 would probably be the thing that we do instead of just, automatically logging them in due to concerns of security. Because, you don't really need to do email verification with OAuth2 because you already know who that user is. Especially if you do it with Google, right? Because you'll have access to their email. So you'll know that that's their credentials, right? Now, other providers could also ask for the email scope, so you could just do that. I think every provider provides the email scope. Discord has the email scope. Twitter, I think. I think every OAuth2 provider should have that. I think. So that's not a problem. We could just very easily add the email scope. But yeah, I think instead of just doing that, we probably will not want to do it for at least local password and authentication though. But we will need to change up our backend a little bit to make sure that the other OAuth providers integrate well with local strategies. Yo, I'm about to quit my shitty job. Uh, that's good. That's good. I'm happy for you. If you think that's the right choice, then yeah, definitely. Why not? Uh, which SMTP server use for email? I'm not really using one right now because we haven't really even worried about email yet. But I'll probably just use something like NodeMail or SendGrid. Probably SendGrid though. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna delete this because probably don't need to worry about that. Logging out feature. Yeah, we could do that real quick. It's a very easy fix. All right, let's see. So let's go over to the front end, and we'll need to go to that user sidebar right over here. And so we have all of our items being rendered over here. And I probably will want to display the logout button down there. Yeah, you can see that it's being displayed over here. So let's see. What icons am I using right now? Not even sure, honestly, but it's okay. User sidebar item. I think what we'll do is this. Now, the thing is, do I want to render it as a user sidebar item? I think that'd be the best idea. Though probably not because, user sidebar items should really represent navigating to a different route. What should happen with this item that is this extra logout button that we're adding is we should just, make an API call to destroy the session and redirect the user. That's what should happen. Let's see. Yeah, so I think, let's see, what are we using? Let me see. Get users. I think we're using a cart icons. Yeah. Let's go over to a cart icons. See if there's a good icon. Yeah, probably not a fan of these icons, to be honest with you. Let's look for React icons. Can you program something that can't be screenshotted? I think it is possible. I've seen some like banking apps that don't allow you to screenshot stuff. I think Uber also did that one time too. About to get another shitty job, but at least we'll give more time to extend and grind programming. Well, that's good, man. Like those jobs are just temporary for you to find something better in the future. So that's good. Let's see. What icon do I want to use? I probably would prefer an arrow pointing the left side. So maybe box icons. Logout circle would probably be the best one that I'd probably want to use. Box icons would probably be the best. So let's do that. So import from React icons bi. Okay, and then we could probably just render this down here. And in terms of the size, just do the same thing. Icon size 30. Stroke width. Do I want it to be exactly the same? Icon 30. Okay. Let's see. Now, I do want to make sure that this element is all the way to the bottom. So what I think I want to do is maybe let me get rid of this HR. I don't really think I really need that, to be honest with you. You know, adding that, feels like if I do that, yeah, I don't really think I need that, honestly. So I'll get rid of that. Okay. Or maybe what I'll do is I'll probably fix up this part over here. So that way there's like a nice border down here. Let me see if I could figure something out. In my database, yeah, I saw the question, but I wasn't really too sure how to answer it, to be honest with you. I would just suggest posting it in the Discord server and seeing if someone can help you with that. Off the top of my head, I probably won't be able to answer that question because I'm working on something right now. But if you just post it on the server and ping one of the helpers, they'll be more than happy to help you out with that. Let me see. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is we have this sidebar over here. I think user avatar, I will wrap this inside a box, inside a div. Because this itself is just a reusable component that I created to render the avatar. And I still want to make sure that it has that border on the top over here across all the top layer. That's 100% what I want. So let's go over to sidebars, settings, items, group recipients. Is this right? Group conversation sidebar. Yeah, I think yeah, this is the one. Yep. So let's go. Sidebar style, sidebar header. Height 90 pixels. Okay. 90 pixels. Yep, 90 pixels. So I think what we'll have to do is we'll just create a component for this right over here. So let me take this. Oh, and this is also reusing. This is also using. Oh, I see what's going on here. We're actually not even reusing the reusable component that we have created. Because it was a reusable component that we created. User avatar right over here. Yep. And this itself gives us our profile picture. User avatar container. And let's see, the width, height, 50 pixels. Okay. This itself, 55. Okay, not too bad. I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll just probably remove all of this right over here. And instead use user avatar that comes from where is this? That comes from user's avatar, like that, and then it expects the user itself, which is just going to be ourself, right? Now it's complaining about user being undefined. I'm just gonna go and just do this because I know I know the user's defined. And so what I can do now is I can just first let me just add that click. Show modal true. Oh. Oh, am I not allowed to add on click event listener? Oh yeah, it's because of yeah. It's because this does not take that. That's a little bit annoying. Yeah, there we go. Let's do that over there. So this is going to be a function that we'll pass in. Like that. Okay. And so let's just go over here. Should fix that. Alright, so I should be able to just simply click on that, and that same thing will happen. Okay. Only problem that I see with this being reusable is that you know, if I add a cursor, that means the cursor will be applied to every single instance of user avatar, and we might not want the cursor to be there at all times, which is a problem. So I don't know if it's worth just keeping this though, right over here like that, because we definitely do want a cursor, right? Because it doesn't really look nice without a cursor. But you know, I don't know. Maybe we can do something where, I mean, maybe we could just make the user avatar always have a cursor, and then whenever, and then that means it's clickable. We'll make it clickable. So I think that'll be okay. So you see right over here. So we'll have to do something when we click on the actual user over here. But this whole thing will have a cursor, not just this. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll create a wrapper component around this right over here. And height will be 90 pixels, like that. The width will not do anything. It will not do anything with the width. Display, flex. I'm gonna move this into a style component, so don't worry. Align items center, I think. I'll move that down there. Okay. And then now we just have to add that border on the bottom. And of course, that'll be an easy fix. So border bottom, 1px solid. And I'll probably do this export const user sidebar header. And we'll do height, 90 pixels. Display flex, align items. Center And then the same border right over here. Okay. Don't want it to shrink as well. Let's do that. So let's go over here. So let's do user sidebar header. That's there we go. So now, I think because of the padding, or is this the right component? Oh, we don't have any padding. Hold on, let me see what's going on here. Because you can see that border is right over here, but something is preventing that from stretching out. I think it's because of the width, yeah. So we could probably set the width to 100%. So there we go, yep. That's fine. But now it's going over here. It's hard to kind of see. Right over here. I probably will also make this color darker, I think, for the header. Or not darker, but maybe. I definitely want it to be more visible, though. Because right now it's not visible. It's not really that visible. So I'm going to take this. Yo, what's going on, Aaron? How are you, man? I am doing pretty well. I hope you yourself are doing good yourself. You know, also I have Dark Reader enabled, so let me disable that real quick. Because it's hard to tell with Dark Reader sometimes, so. Yep, there we go. Let's see. Okay, I don't know. Seems a little bit too light for me. Yeah, I think this is okay. And we'll just do width, display, flex, align, justify content. I just woke up too, unfortunate, gotta go to class, lol. Yeah, I feel that, man. Class sometimes sucks, but it's okay. You know, you only got like maybe like 2 more months, 3 more months left of school, and then it'll be all over. At least I assume. Might also change the size of this header, because you know I want it to all be the same, and it doesn't really make any sense to just have them different sizes, you know, especially now that we've gotten this all fixed up, you know. But yeah, I don't know. Like I definitely want the colors to be the same. Only problem is that it's hard to tell because of the background color of the sidebar as well as the, yeah, it's hard to tell. So we'll definitely have to like adjust it a little bit. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think it's okay. And we just need to make it so that, well, one, we need to make it so that we need to make it responsive. So after some time, we need to make sure that first we need to make it scrollable, right? And we also need to make it responsive. So when the height reaches a certain limit, right, we want to make it so that it's this part is scrollable and this part stays fixed on the bottom. Oh, I am in my second year uni. Oh, I'm talking about like the just the semester. I'm assuming that you have everything done in semesters. But yeah, I mean like semesters is what I meant. Not like done with the whole thing. Let's see. Gonna also remove this as well because we no longer need that. Okay, and I want to move this all the way to the bottom now. So I have user sidebar header. The items are over here. I probably will want to put that in its own container, maybe. But then that'll affect that as well. As you can see right over there. And each of these items is its own div. So if I put everything in a container, I can make it scrollable very easily. So now what if I put this in a div right over here? All right, and then if I set the style to width 100%, I think that should fix that issue right over there, right? But before we didn't have width. Yep, that fixes that issue. And I can very easily make this scrollable by saying overflow. Okay, so we can leave the logout button like that. Okay, and what we'll do is with the user sidebar style. Well, you know, I think the only thing that we'll need to worry about is this. I only really want this and this to have a justify content of space between. I don't really care about the other items, so I think maybe what I'll need to do is I'll probably need to put this inside here. And then what I'll do is I'll put this inside its own div. Like that. Like that. Okay. And then inside here, display flex. And then flex direction, column. I think it's align items, space between. Or is it, I guess justify content will still do the trick. Flex direction, column, space between. Huh, did I do it wrong? Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because the height of this is, yeah, the height is 100% the issue. Yep, there we go. And align items, I think it's just justify content. Yeah, and then align items should be center. Oh yeah, yes, yep, yeah. It'll go by quick though, don't worry. Everything will be just fine. Okay. And probably for this last item, might probably do this. Or maybe for padding bottom, 50 pixels maybe, see what that looks like. Yeah, so then you can just click on this, and of course, when the screen goes like this, when the user's on a smaller screen, well, of course, well, now this thing is scrollable, so we'll need to fix this, so that way the top part does not move, only just this part over here moves, and then the logout button stays there. We don't want the logout button to ever move. The logout button would always stay there, okay? So it's not responsible right now, but responsive right now. Third-party sites. Hey, Anson, brother, how are you, man? Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you all are doing well. If you haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. If you haven't already, I'd really appreciate that a lot. We're going for, 100 likes. So we're really close to 88 already. Wow. That's freaking awesome. Okay, now I don't really like this icon because you can see that the icon has like some more spacing over here, but I think it's because of the arrow, which is why it's like that. But that's okay. Let me just close out some tabs. See if I can find a better icon though. I don't think we'll get anything better than what we have right now. Maybe let's try RI. What is RI? Remix icon? Let's try a remix icon and see what that looks like before we just completely, remove everything. Just call it a commit. Let's see. Let's try this. We'll do it from RI. And then we'll change this down here to this. And don't worry, we'll put all that stuff in a solid component, don't worry. Yeah, not too bad. I don't really think we can do any better with that. Maybe change stroke width, maybe. Stroke width to 2. Not sure what that. Not sure what happened with that. It's definitely not what I wanted. Stroke width 2. Yeah, I'm not sure what that, but it's okay though. Not sure what. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, it's okay. It's not. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. So when I click on this, basically you just need to add the functionality to actually log the user out. Where are you, King? How are you, man? I'm gonna be right back though. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, let's see. Where are we? Wow, it's already been 3 hours already. Now we've been streaming. Damn, it doesn't even feel like 3 hours have passed, you know? Holy shit. That's crazy. That is crazy. Time just flies so quickly. All right. Yeah, so this will be fine though. I do want to make sure. I might as well just make it so that's scrollable. So I do need to make it so that excuse me. I do need to make it so that this top part does not scroll with the other items. And that should be a very easy fix. So I think, if I remember correctly, sidebar header, border bond, display flex. Let me see. What did I do? I think what I did was, yeah, actually, yeah. Because right now the entire sidebar is scrolling, and we don't want that. Don't want that. We only want just this part to scroll. So I think what I need to do is this. I've spent about maybe over 200 hours on this app so far, I think. Probably over 200, at least 200 by now, if not. Yeah, so you can see that we have the conversation tab right over here. We have the header, and then we have the scrollable container. So we don't even need to use position float at all, or position absolute. And then over here, sidebar style, nothing ever happens with this at all. The only thing that happens is nothing, really. Nothing at all, so we are pretty much good with that. User sidebar item style. User sidebar style is this component over here. We have flex 0080, which is fine. So I think all we have to do is just make it so that this part is scrollable. And we have that scrollable container right over here, so we can just basically just copy what we have here. So if we set the flex to 1 auto, that will prevent, I think that will prevent grow and shrink. It'll just keep it the same, I think. So if we resize the browser, it should be fine. Overflow Y. Set it to auto min height 0. And now you can see there will be a scroll bar right over here, I think. Yeah, if I resize it a little bit more, yep. So now you can see that this scrolls now, but of course, the logout button is now gone. You can see that the logout button kind of gets affected, which is Not exactly what I want, and I think it might be because it's outside of the scroll. So I'll move this right over. It's inside the scroll. So I can move this inside here, and you can see now that logout never really moves, right? It just stays on there. And we can just really get rid of this scroll bar. So what I'll do is I'll just basically go over here. Let's see. Let me go over here. Export const user sidebar scroll container. I think I could inherit all of these other. I think I could probably just inherit all of these. Yeah, I could probably inherit all of these styles, so I don't have to rewrite them. Yeah, so this is the nice thing about style components. You can inherit styles. So all I gotta do is just worry about width, height, display, and I don't have to rewrite. I don't have to rewrite all these other additional CSS that's already there already. So that's pretty nice. Probably don't need padding bottom anymore. So just width, 100%, height, 100%. How much for it left to be completed? Well, I mean, I'm gonna primarily work on this app for the rest of this week and see how far we can go. I'm focusing on all the notes that I have on my Asana board, and once we're done with those notes, we're gonna move on to the money transfer app. So that'll be next week though. So this is going to be probably the final week where we will be working on this, and then we'll focus on the money transfer app. For those who are interested, that is. So let's this here, and let's go over here. Okay. Cool. So now you can see that we have the scrollable part over here, which is nice. Cool. And I just need to make it so that this icon down here has some padding, which we could very easily fix. But before I do that, though, let me just go over here. Let me just do that. And what I'll do is I'll just do div. Like that. There we go. And let me go down over here. Add a div here. And I'm just gonna use a class name for this. Logout button. We'll go into user sidebar style. User sidebar style. I think it should be this one. Yeah, I use Figma to design the app itself. I think we only need padding top bottom, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think we need too much. Maybe 18 is fine. Yeah. But it scrolls though, which is nice. Okay. So that takes care of that. Cool, cool. What money transferring app? You mean like PayPal? Yeah, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. You know. Have you ever tried Trello? Yes, I have. I think Trello is a great piece of software in my opinion. Okay, now we also have to fix this part over here because you can see that we did not make this part scrollable, which is also the problem. But the rest of the application though is fine. Like right over here, this part is scrollable. I don't really have too many apps right now, chats right now, so I can try creating some more conversations with more people. There's a problem right now with creating the conversations. Not sure what's going on. Let's see what's going on. Interesting. Not sure why they did not want to create the conversation with Danny. Interesting. Something's definitely not right. 4 not found. So what's going on? The conversation. It's throwing a 4 not found. That's interesting. Post. Interesting. That should not be happening. Oh, friend. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot. Yeah, they have to be friends. We have to be friends with them first. Keep forgetting. Keep forgetting. We also need to fix this badge as well. Yeah, that's another problem with this badge. We also got to fix this badge as well. As you can see right over here, it's a little bit messed up. Should be an easy fix though, because the thing with the badges is that they were positioned absolute, but I think it's because let's see, we are inside a div. So if you look at the badge right over here, the badge right over here has position of absolute, but this right over here is position of relative. So I think because we are inside this new div now, we have to set that to position relative. Sometimes I really hate dealing with positioning stuff absolutely, but it's fine though. Have to go now. See, I've been watching the stream. Very interesting and it looks amazing. Thank you, Yeesus, and I'll catch you later, man. Thank you for stopping by. Hey, for the payment system after this project, how do you withdraw system with Stripe? Well, I mean, when we get to that, you'll see how it works. When we get to, I don't want to like go too deep into that right now, because it's been a while since I've used Stripe. But in short, basically, Stripe has a payouts API that you can use to transfer the money to a bank account or a debit account. And so, yeah, that's pretty much the bottom line with that. Now, I gotta fix this stupid issue, which, sometimes I really absolutely hate CSS sometimes for these reasons. You can't have it all the way that you want it sometimes, But I personally do not want to have the logout button right underneath here. It just feels weird. It just feels really weird. Could add it somewhere else, though, but, it's fine. Where else will I add it? But now I gotta worry about this badge being an issue. So that is lots of fun, right? We are dealing with Flexbox because now everything is inside this Flexbox, right? User sidebar scrollable container is a flex. If it wasn't for Flex, then it would not be an issue, I think. Well, I think it's the width and the height. Yeah, it's 100% the flex. 100% Flexbox. Just let's see. Or it could be also the div as well. Let's see. Okay, no, yeah, it's 100% the div giving us an issue, which is this div right over here. 100% the div. But yeah, you'll see how everything will work. Don't worry. But primarily, just look into, if you want to know, just look into the payouts API, and that'll be the answer to your question. Payouts API is essentially what you'll be working with, basically. Yeah, so because this is itself, well, I mean, it's a display of flex, but then flex direction is column, but I don't know, does that override? That's really frustrating. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is sometimes really annoying. I don't know. Maybe I could put the icon badge inside. I guess, yeah, maybe I should probably put the icon badge outside of it. But now this makes it really annoying because, well, I mean, I guess now I have to take this user sidebar item. Well, actually, I probably don't need this div. You know why? Because what I could do is I could just do this. I could just, well, first let me just remove this. Okay. And what I'll do is maybe I could just go inside here. And, well, now this gives us another problem with this crap, though. Let's see. Oh, yeah, because now it's doing that. So we definitely needed that div to wrap. Yeah, we needed that div to wrap this. But, I think about it, maybe scrollable container. Because we have the logo button outside of scrollable container, so maybe I don't even need to do justify content anymore, or align. Yeah, maybe I don't even need to do justify content anymore. Yeah, so yep, that's fine. Yep, that's perfectly fine. And the width should also be fine as well. Okay, seems like that works fine, but let me take a look at this right over here. Yeah, the width of this is 100%. Yeah, so I only really needed, yeah, so originally I had logout button inside here, but we don't want that there. We definitely don't want that there. So we moved it outside because it's its own component. So now we just have these. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, so header, scrollable content, bottom, footer, you can call it footer if you want. Which is really all that's really all it is. That's pretty much how Discord does it, in case you guys wanted to know. That's how Discord does it with their sidebar, with all the chats and such. But I will name this, instead of just putting this as a div, I'll name it a footer because we might add more stuff later. You never know. I might even change this from a login button to maybe like the 3 dots icon, so maybe the user can do other actions too. So you never know, right? So I'll change it to a footer. So let's do that right over here. Export const. Let's call it user sidebar footer. Style.footer. I personally just don't like having just divs with class names, to be honest with you. Sometimes it's inevitable, but I personally don't like that. So we'll use a footer instead. So we'll, basically for the login button, I think I referenced this class, yeah. All we're just going to do is just add padding. So I can just remove this part. And literally just add the padding right over here. We did 18 top and bottom, 0. 0 for left and right. And I just got to remove this, and then let's copy that. And just do user sidebar footer. Like that. What extension are you using to navigate VS Code faster? CR orange cursor zipping around effectively. I'm not really using any extension, to be honest with you, for that. Unless if you're talking about the animation, that's just the caret cursor. If you look that up in VS Code extensions, you'll be able to find that. For React file structure, in my components folder, should I make subfolders to separate the components by page? I personally like doing that because it just helps with organization. But it boils down to personal preference, though, you know? It might be a good idea to set the color of the logo icon to a different color than the white. I mean, we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. Let me just make sure everything else is fine. Okay, seems like this is fine. Cool, so we have that badge. Let's accept the friend request. Oh, that's an outgoing request. We'll have to log in as Michael Jordan to accept it. Okay. Cool. So if I go down here, you can see that that's fine. Okay. It's scrollable, which is nice. Okay. Cool. Okay, yeah, I like it. I like it. I don't think there's any other issues right now with this. But let me just go ahead and do a couple things real quick. I'm going to log into my couple of users that I have created from before. Let's log in as Michael Jordan. Let's do get friend request. We have one friend request that's pending right now from Ryan, I think is who we were logged in as that. So that's number 18. Let's accept that friend request. Friend request already accepted. Don't think so. Get friend request. Oh, wait. Whoops. Number 26. Yep, there we go. Cool, so now we have 2 friends right now, and we can message Michael Jordan. Hi. I will go ahead and create another user. Register user. Okay, let's log in as that right now. Let's go ahead and add that user as a friend right now. Okay, and we shall go ahead and accept it. It should just be ID number 27. Okay, we have 3 friends. Okay, and I just want to make sure that this is scrollable. Yes, it is scrollable. I will also change this. Instead of having these pills or chips, whatever you want to call it, they'll just be text with no background. It'll just have like text underline when it is clicked on. Yo, Akshat, what's going on, man? How are you? Welcome to the stream. I hope all is well with you, my friend. I hope all is well. Yeah, not too bad, honestly. Not too bad. I like it personally. Responsiveness is definitely going to be an important thing. Of course, right now you can see that it is responsive. Yeah, yeah, not too bad with the responsiveness. Could be a little bit better. But yeah, that's pretty much what it looks like when you are on a screen like this, right? So if you're on mobile right now, you can basically see your conversations like this. And you can go over here and you can do that like that. And we need to add that back button though. So that way the user can actually navigate back to here. Okay. Cool. So, that is decent. Now let me just go ahead and just review my changes and then we'll write a commit message. So we made changes to the user sidebar, made changes to avatar, made changes to index.tsx, didn't make changes to group recipients. I'm going to just get rid of this because I don't want to keep having to overlook that. But the badges was a concern. I don't think there's any other concerns with the sidebar. I think everything is okay. Obviously, this is horizontal. That's nothing to do with the sidebar. But vertically, seems like vertically it is pretty responsive, so that's good. Okay, and even if we go over here, it's still going to be scrollable. And that's good as well. Okay, and of course we can add as many icons as we want. The more icons that we add, the more it'll just always scroll, which is good. So what I'll do is I'll just say add logout button and place sidebar, user sidebar, items and scrollable container. Perfect. Would love to follow along and build a similar chat app, but the videos are really long. Do you think you'll have a concise video of all this completed? I don't know, honestly, probably not. Maybe I'll make a video tutorial at some point, but it won't be the same exact thing as this one. Because, you know, to do the entire thing from scratch, front to back, would take so long for a tutorial. And I think it would just get boring for a lot of people. You know, and so I'd probably just make a smaller scale version of a chat app. Not with the same exact features, though. But, you know, we'll see, though. I have a lot of videos that I have planned for the next couple months that I'm going to be working on. So, yeah, the next 4 months is just, you know, grinding. Gamzy, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Okay, that's not bad. All right, so now we just need to make it so that when we hover over the icon, or when we click on the icon, it'll actually log us out. So on the back end, we actually do have an API route already, but it doesn't do anything yet, though. That's this one right over here. So I think it could just be a post request, honestly. Don't really think it needs to be anything else aside from a post request. And all we have to do is just really just log the user out. And that's very, very easy. All we just have to do is just get the request object, which we already know how to do. And then we just do rec.logout. And I think that should destroy the session. And it says keep session info. Probably don't want that, but I've never really understood the difference between rec.logout. But this is something new. An argument for done was, yeah, this is something new. I've never seen this before in my entire life. I've never seen that before. Maybe we're yeah, I think we're type annotating the wrong request. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Vinod, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well, my friend. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. I would really appreciate it if you guys do so. We're going for, we're at 100 likes, 104 right now. We're going for 200 likes. 200 likes maybe by next 3 hours or so. You know, let's see if we can hit that. Make sure you guys drop that like button if you haven't already. Okay, so I don't know why it's asking me for options. Classes decided to be online. I'm gonna watch this. Oh, awesome. That's great. No name, how are you? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Love your life. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing well yourself. Long time no see. Long time no see. Okay. I don't know why. I've never once had this issue. Well, to be honest with you, I've never actually really done logout before. Let me see. Express logout. Let's see. Yeah, the problem with rec.logout is that it takes a callback function, and I really don't want to add the callback functions to our code. It just makes it so ugly. I think the logout function is particular to Passport. Yeah, so we want to definitely, because we're using Passport, we definitely want to do rec.logout 100%. But I actually have never done this before. So it's all new to me, but the fact that it's asking me for a callback function is annoying. You see? Rec.logout error done. I don't want to use callback function though. That's just so dumb. What are you doing right now? I'm working on the logout feature right now. Do you know there's a pets extension for VS Code I came across today? Uh, what's it? Pets extension. Also, are you taking part in the Hacktoberfest? Isn't that just like the pull request thing where people just make pull requests to a repository and then they get like stickers? I did that like, back in 2018 and they gave me like a free shirt. Probably will just do it for the free shirt though. I have a bunch of like free shirts that I've gotten from DigitalOcean, which is really nice. But let's see. Is there a way to just not take in a callback function? Because I don't want to do that. Is this a virtual chat app or chat between people? You can chat with other people. Yeah, I guess I really have to use a... I mean, I could just premisify this function, but, all of that just for one thing, I think it's not really worth it, honestly, so I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's fine, honestly. It's not really that big of a deal. I hate callbacks, don't get me wrong. I absolutely hate callback functions. Absolutely hate it so much, but it's okay. Okay, so we should probably also make it so that this endpoint is protected. So use local auth guard. Maybe not local auth guard, but maybe authenticated guard, maybe. So that way this prevents people who are not actually logged in. So if they're not actually logged in, they cannot call this. So what we'll do is if there's an error, throw error. Okay, if there's an error, return. I guess we'll just do this. Send 200. I'll send the 200 back, though I don't know if sending a 200 back would be good over sending a 401, because I do want to make sure that the API call was successful. But I could always just check the API call. But the thing is, if you send a 401 back, you don't know if the user was already logged out and they're trying to make the API call, or if the API call is successful. That's why. The pets just sits in VS Code so we don't get bored while coding. That's the whole purpose for it. One time use for me, otherwise I'll get too invested. Oh, I never knew about that. Take a look at that later. Okay, so we shall try this out. Let's see what goes on with this. So, rec.logout. Okay, so that should take care of destroying the session. So what we'll do is we'll log in as Donkey. Okay, we're logged in right now. Status Donkey. Okay, now let's go ahead and create that post request for logging the user out. Let's do new request. Log out. Highly request the feature that a lot of people asked for, which of course, we not like we weren't going to do that. But finally implementing this. All right, so it's just going to be a simple post request. You have to be logged in, of course. So rec.logout, okay. So let's go ahead and make this request, send. So it gives us an okay. The error should be undefined, as you can see right over here. It says logging out, undefined, which is good. Now if I try to log out, it's going to give me a 403, which is rightfully so, because we are technically not logged in. But now if I check the status, you can see that the status is going to give us a 403, because we're not logged in. So it actually, in fact, does log us out, which is great. Okay, which is very, very good. Let's see. Let me also just do one thing. Do one thing real quick. Let me open up my database. You know, why don't I just use my new tool that I downloaded the other day? Let me show you guys real quick. I forgot what it was called. I think it was called, I forgot what it was called. Hold on. Data grip? Yeah, data grip is what it's called. What's going on, Lawrence? Welcome back to the stream. How are you? Alright, I'll post a link to it in your server. Sure, sure. Alright, let's see. So what I want to do is, let me go over to sessions. This table is probably going to be filled with a bunch of old sessions, which we have to probably figure out a way to destroy these sessions, because we have a lot of old sessions. Like, we probably have some from, yeah, from like weeks ago, right? I'll probably destroy all of these right now. Let's see. Delete rows. Okay, so right now this is, I don't think this is our set. I think this is the other user session, I think. You can very easily just check by looking at the session data, username donkey. But right now what I'll do is I will destroy the session. And so if I refresh this page right now, I'm going to be logged out. It's going to redirect me. That's fine. If I refresh here, it's going to redirect me. That's completely fine as well. We want to make sure that the session is also being destroyed. So if I log in as Donkey right now in the database, let's refresh. You can see that that session is there. And you can see that we have our session data right over here. Okay. And what I can do is if I log out now, we get a 200. If I refresh, it seems like a new session was created, which is strange. That should not have happened. A new session was created. I definitely don't want that to happen. Definitely don't want that to happen. Let me take a look at something real quick. Maybe do I gotta do rec.session not destroy, maybe? I don't know. I probably don't want it to, you know. Let's see. I mean, maybe what I could do is I could do rec.session.destroy. And now I gotta get another callback in here, and you can understand why I hate callbacks a lot. They're really annoying. But this definitely should not be happening, though. Alright, let's try logging in. Okay, that was created. Let's log out. Okay, let's refresh. Seems like it did not create a new one. So it seems like it did not. Okay, so it seems like it destroyed the old one, but it creates a new one, which I definitely don't want to do. So it seems like when I call rec, I mean, what if I just did, instead of rec.log, what if I just did rec.destroy, rec.session.destroy? I wonder what happens there. It seems like, I think it has something to do. I think I might know why. We'll have to take a look at it in just a second. So let's try logging in right now. Refresh. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? I'm doing pretty good. Okay, so we're logged in. Log out. So the session is destroyed. Okay. And now if I try to go to status, I guess that works as well, but I don't really know. I don't really know what the right method is, to be honest with you. If I refresh, the session data is still there, which is not good. We don't want the session data to be there at all. I think it has something to do with the way that we configured our session stuff. Let's see. Cleanup limit on error limit subquery TTL. Resave false, save initialize false. Okay. Let me see. Express, delete session. So what did I do here? I called rec.session.destroy, which it does, in fact, destroy the session. Only problem that I have is that it still, I don't like that. I don't like how the session data is still there. You definitely don't want session data to live on the server. But, I mean, I guess, you know, the old way of doing it is fine as well. But it just confuses me, you know. Log out. Like, why would it behave this way? Like, why would it create a new session is what I am really confused about. Let's try this. Okay, we're logged in. Okay, call status, good. Log out. Try logging out twice. Okay, so session data is not here, and session data is not here, which is good. Okay, that does not create any more sessions as well. The expired at changed though. If I refresh now. So it seems like this is being updated, I guess, every single time we're calling log out, but that's really strange. Don't you want to receive a log for logging in and not logging out? I'm not really sure what you mean. But that's not really the issue that we're working on right now. Destroyed at. Okay, so it has this property destroyed at. This one I think might be, you know what I think this is? I think this session ID is probably the new user session ID. If they log in again, I think this is the one that's going to be, so I think, I'm not sure. Send. Okay, no, it created a new one. So this one was destroyed. Seems like it. This one was created. If I log out, fresh. Again, it creates a new one, which I don't know why it does that, but whatever. It's whatever. Yeah, we'll just do this for now. Okay, so let's leave it like that. And of course, let's write a commit message. We don't want to make too many changes. And then from the front end, all we have to do is just make that API call. Okay? Which is very, very simple. So let's do that. So let's go over to our sidebar right over here. We'll just do a simple on click. We'll create a function that will log the user out. And this is just going to be a very, very simple function. Let's see, const logout user. So all we'll literally do is this. All we'll literally do is just make an API call. So let's do that real quick. Well, we'll have to create the API call to that post request that we just created. So one thing at a time. Let's see. Utils API TS export const logout user. And all we just literally do is just do Axios client.post. It's going to be /auth/logout. And then we just pass in nothing for the data. Config. Okay. And yeah, so we'll import this. From API like that. Okay. And we'll just do log. We probably don't even need to create. I mean, actually, yeah, we'll so logout user API like this. Of course, we need to make sure that Well, I mean, the thing is, like, if it sends back a 403, then that pretty much implies the user's already logged out. So the user should never be able to click on this unless they are logged in, right? Obviously, there's even bigger issues if they're able to click on this. But from the from the React app itself, the user will only be able to click that button if they're actually logged in. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll basically handle the .then case. So a .then, and we'll just navigate the user to login. Of course, it's gonna look pretty wonky because we don't have any animations right now. But that later, though. We will worry about that later. But actually, I think, no matter what happens, we should probably just always redirect the user back. Because let's say, for example, for some reason, they are logged out, right? And they are still on the page. We should still navigate them back to login. Let's see what's going on over here. What am I doing over here? Silly me. All right. Finally, there we go. So no matter what happens, we'll always navigate the user back. Man of culture to be using NestJS. Yeah, NestJS is a very nice framework. I really like it a lot, in my opinion. I think it's really great, and I think people should definitely consider using it 100%. Always going to be an advocate for NestJS. Always. All right, so let's see. We are logged out right now. So let's do Michael Jordan password. Okay, so now if I click here, and it's gonna log us out. If I try to go back, now for some reason it's able to navigate us back, but nothing happens because all the other requests are. It's gonna give you a bunch of 403s, which it should not happen like that because we are using the browser history to navigate us back, which I don't think is a good idea. Because the app itself still has the user in the context, which is not good, right? Of course, we have not also, we also have not, let me see, do I have update auth user? I could also just do this. I can navigate the user, and I can just do this, update auth user, and just pass it undefined, and I can solve our problems. But of course, we should probably, so let's fix this. What's going on over here? Oh, I guess it does not allow that. Oh, okay. I really do want to migrate the user details to Redux at some point. Tried that last time. It's giving me some issues, but might give it a go another time. But we cannot update auth user with undefined, I guess. What if I added this though? Would that break any part of the other application? That's what I wonder. If I refresh though, it's gonna 100% refresh. It's gonna redirect us back, which is normal. So what if I did this update auth user undefined like that? Probably don't think I want to stick with this though, but we'll see what happens. But now there's more important issues. We're not able to log in. Connection refused. Let's see what's going on. Cannot read properties of undefined. Yeah, the backend threw an error because of that. Yeah, I think the best thing to do, honestly, is probably just redirect the user by using window.location href and then just redirect them back to the home page. I think that would probably be the best thing to do, in my opinion. Because now you risk, if they, go back, you risk having issues like that with them still being logged in, right? Now, one thing that I'm also curious is, did I never do a dot production? That's interesting. Huh. Did I never add a .env.production URL? Or was this just calling localhost the entire time? That actually makes me wonder. Well, it calls localhost, but the localhost on the server is, its own localhost. But, that's interesting. don't ever remember. Yeah, no, wait. There should be. Wait a minute. That's not right. I should have a .env.production file that has the production URL, but for some reason it's using localhost port 2001. And I'm kind of really confused how that even works, because it shouldn't be working that way. Let me see. App dot. Maybe I never figured that properly. Let's see. API URL. Okay. Apparently, it's always been using localhost, but that doesn't really make any sense because it should. Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird when I think about it. It's really weird. Whoa, shit. Sorry about that. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's strange because it should have always made API requests to the actual URL, like the actual, chwachat.com/API. I could have sworn I had done that. I guess the only way to find out is by deploying the app again and seeing if it, if it does that, but it's really weird to me. But I'll be right back though. Alright, yeah, that's really confusing because it never should have had that issue before. Or, like, not an issue, but it's really strange. I don't know. It's very strange, if you ask me. But I have no explanation to why that would still work even with the local host variables. Because there's no production file. I don't have any. This is literally the same exact code that I had. Did not make any changes ever. Same thing. Okay, I guess only way to find out is by checking the deployed version and seeing how that works. Guess I'll have to log in real quick and find out what on earth is going on. Okay, seems like the server is on right now, which is good. Guess I just gotta turn on the app. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Okay, so it seems like it is routing the API calls correctly, but that's really confusing to me because, well, I mean, does localhost just get replaced with a domain? Because that's what I'm confused about. I guess because the app is hosted on Nginx. You know, the eight and like, you know, I don't know, it's so weird. The app is hosted on Nginx, so does it convert or replace localhost 3000 to just the domain itself? That's the thing that I never knew it could do that though. You know, like I'm still using the environment variables for um development mode, localhost. But on the logs, it says the request URL is the domain chawchat.com/API/conversations. So I'm really confused on why that is even a thing. Like, why is that even happening? I have no idea, honestly. I have honestly no idea at all. React homepage. Weird. Okay, so let's see. Gateway is throwing an error. Yeah, gateway adapter is throwing an error, which is why my API is giving me issues right now. Let's move that over here. This is really annoying sometimes. Can I write properties of undefined reading user? Yeah. Because the user does not have a session, that's why. And we're sending cookies, that's also another problem. So we have to fix that real quick. Right over here is the problem. So it's trying to reference, yeah, I think maybe we should probably parse the JSON first. Parsed user. It's complaining about passport not being defined. Could try right over here. Yep, so you can see that the sessions. Yeah, so the cookie is there. Yeah, I think the problem here is that this cookie that was created when we logged out is the one that's right over here, which I guess explains why. Yeah. CHPY. Yeah, that's this one over here. Yeah, so I think what we'll need to do is right here is it is saying that passport is not defined. Okay. So we have to make sure that passport is defined. So we'll parse the user and we want to make sure that if user from JSON dot passport or there's no we will just return an error. And we can see now that there should be an error right over here. If I refresh, I should get a response. Let's see this one. It might be this one maybe, let's see. Yeah, this one over here, number 44, yep. Passport user object does not exist, so that's fine. So that will just prevent the entire app from erroring out. So we can just log in now. If I log out, it'll just redirect us. So, yeah, we do need to restart the app though to set the home page because we're using the environment variable right now, right over, not here, but right over here. So we do need to fix that real quick, otherwise it's just going to do that. So, yeah, because this is right over here, undefined, I think. Yeah, so let's just restart the app, terminal, show running tasks, destroy this, run this. Logging in as Riley, and then let's log out. Oh wait, I did localhost port 3001. It should be just port 3000. So there we go, right there. Let's just restart the app. Run task, or whoops, right over here. There we go. Yeah, it does, I think. Yeah, it does what, Yogi? So I just saw your message. So my apologies if you've been sitting on that for some time. Okay, so let's log out. I probably wanted to redirect us to login and not, yeah, let's redirect it to login. Let's see how this looks. All right, let's log in. All right, so we're logged in. Log out. All right, so if I try to go back, it's still able, so this is a problem. It's still able to go back there. We definitely don't want this to happen though. Huh. I guess it has something to do with the history of the app itself. I think what we could do is probably just use navigate and clear the history. I think maybe that would probably be a lot better to do. Let me see something real quick. React DOM navigate, clear, history. Should be a way to do that. Change the URL and then or there's also browser history. Let me see the React router documentation. Or can I just do history.replace? Probably don't want to just use that. Let's look at React Router 6. React Router 6. Replace history.replace. If you need to replace the current location instead of push to new one. Okay, yeah, let's try that. So maybe instead of doing this, I could probably just do once navigate, use navigate. Let's use the navigate hook. And then comment this out. Navigate to this page and then replace true. Okay. See if that works. Let's see. Definitely not what I wanted. Maybe probably just wanted to. Oh yeah, right. It should just be login. Yeah, there we go. Yep, let's fix that again. All right, let's see. Yep, so if I try to go back, that's annoying though, because even if I still try to go back in the history, it still does this, which is not what I want. So if I do. So right now this is in the history right over here. If I click log out, if I press back, you can see that it goes back to login, but if I press back again, it still goes back to this. I guess it's because it's already, these are still from previously in the history. Let me try closing the window. Close my browser real quick. Let's try again. All right, let me try a new window now. So let's do this. Log out. There we go. It just brings me back to the browser, which is, yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's exactly what I want, to be honest with you. That's definitely exactly what I wanted. Because that way, you know, it'll just bring the user back to, I guess if, yeah, I guess doing this will fix that. Because it will not allow them to go all the way back to the previous page. The reason why I was going back to the previous page before was because we had those old pages that were already there. So closing the window and reopening it pretty much fixes that for us. But of course, when they open a new window and try to access that, it'll be completely fine. You can see right over here. Yeah, I'm pressing the back button on my mouse and it is doing exactly what it's supposed to do, so that's good. Let's see. Cool, yeah, so log out. If I try to press back, nothing's gonna happen. Just go back to previous page. Of course, if this could be any page as well. This could be Twitter, Google, Facebook, whatever. Let's go back to that page. Yeah, we definitely don't want the user going back to the pages that should be accessible only if they're authenticated. It's definitely not what we want. All right, let's see. Seems like it's okay. If I try to go to conversations now, I'll be Owen Codes. What's going on? How are you, Owen Codes? Welcome to the Twitch stream. How are you? Think I've seen you here before, right? Name looks very familiar. Unless this is your first time here and I'm confusing you with someone else, but no worries. No worries. Okay. Yeah, seems pretty good. Okay, logout feature. I think that's all we really need to do with that. I don't think there's really anything else that I wanted to do with this except for... Yeah, and I don't think we even need the environment variable for this. It's still a little bit weird to me how it, like, Nginx, I guess, knows the correct URL. But that's something new that I learned. So yeah, we don't need this environment variable anymore. So I guess what I'll do is I'll just, let's see. We probably also don't need this as well, because we definitely don't need to do that. We can remove this, and I could probably just do this, that, fix that, it's right over there. Do that in one line. So yeah, that should fix that right there. Okay. So we should just do this. So I probably, for now, we will leave this as its own function because we might do other stuff later. So that's why I'm not just making this an inline function right over here on click. Doing good. Yeah, I was watching your last stream. Oh wow, nice man. Well, I'm glad to have you here. I'm going to bed and continue to see this live on my laptop. No right, so bye, and thanks for the quality. Yeah, no worries. See you later. 2LookX. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm probably going to take a break for an hour, and I'll probably come back and stream again for the rest of the night. I'm just going to go ahead and take care of some stuff real quick. Because I've been streaming for 4 hours, though. But I'll take an hour break, and I'll come back and stream. But I'll just write this comment message, and I'll sign off, and then I'll come back. Just don't worry, guys. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to be gone for about maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and I'll be back. Don't worry. Let me just write this command message though. Log user out and redirect to login page. Yeah, and let me also commit this as well. No check if. Okay, so that's good that we discovered that. So yeah. Okay, so I'm going to end the stream, but I'll be back in about maybe 45 minutes. Don't worry, I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm just gonna, be streaming for the rest of the night. Hey, welcome back, bro. It is awesome to watch stream again. Yo, what's going on, Gabor? How are you, man? You just came at the wrong time because I was just about to end the stream, but I'm gonna start the stream again in an hour. So if you guys still want to continue watching, don't worry, I'll still be streaming. I'm just going to take a quick little break. Just going to get some coffee. Because it's going to be a long night for all of us. But don't worry, though. I'll be back in about 45 minutes to an hour. So if you guys still want to watch, I'll still be here. When I come back, we will work on some other stuff on our board. Probably we'll look into some of these other things that we have gone suggested last time. We'll see, though. It's going to be a long night tonight, so don't worry. Anyways, I will be back, guys, in 45 minutes. I'm going to end the stream, but there'll be a new stream that'll be up. So look forward to that. So I'll see you all in the next one. Peace out.